Hi, good evening. Particle Fleet. It's not particularly long, but a lot of reading sometimes. This game, unlike Creeper World, has the wonderful function of basically making your own ships, which I won't do for the story. I don't know. I think the system is okay, but if I recall correctly, if you bring your own ships, what here reading? Give a man a mask, he will show his true face. I think I've heard that somewhere else before. Creeper Chronicle. If you bring your own ships, you basically only bring your own ships and all of them at once. Somewhere in redacted space. Prepare to drop out of the rift. There are a bunch of characters in this game, and a lot of reading. So the particular threat is massive. The info cache is here. Engage. Jump complete, sir. That is actually a big shift. In Odin's name, it was true, it was all true. We have retrieved the info cache. Your orders, sir. Extract the contents and prepare it for rift transmission. Sir, the power drain will be massive and make it impossible to jump. I know, Lakshmi, the data, it has been an honor. That's a lot of particles, actually. Transmission prepared, sending. Know that we do not fall in vain. You are the finest crew. Signal lost. So basically, this shows mainly the enemy, the particulate. This game plays mainly in space, which makes it unfortunate that they didn't have the Creeper World 3D, the Creeper World 4 3D style they had. Like all others, Hale Corporation was lost. Because, at last arrested, because 3D in space is always kind of nice. Almost nothing remained. Except the single and final transmission. Tycoon Archive, access level 9, seal ID, Office of CEO, T10-1410. Okay, first off, tutorial level. Here you can choose either the default fleet or a sandbox fleet. I'm gonna go with the default. Greetings, associates. Before we embark on our great journey, our CEO Amicus will review operating procedures. Please pay close attention as the success of our venture departs on your action. Amicus, over to you. Thank you, German Tycoon. Associates, let's make this simulator run perfect and show German Tycoon we are more than prepared. Remember, this corporate ship is not only our headquarters, it is also our home. The fate of the entire company rests in your capable hands. So, first up, select the HQ from the command bar, here. And then choose the location and space to jump us into. There is a simulated energy source in this region of space. Jump near it, but not too close, so that an energy mine can be constructed. Right, basically the main ship just jumps in. If it dies, you cannot do anything. All the other ships don't matter. Excellent work, crew, excellent. As you have been briefed, we anticipate numerous energy sources to be scattered throughout redacted space. Acquiring and using the energy will be key to our operations. We anticipate many shattered worlds on redacted space, full of remnants of once great worlds. We can use that mass for additional energy production. You will see some random land in the simulator. Select and build an Omni on it, this thing. Once built, the Omni will mire land and use it for energy production. Omnis can be built on space or over land, but they are only operational when they touch down on land. Omnis need energy for construction operation. Those are the green packets you can see moving from energy mine to the Omni. This is same as basically every Creeper World game. Once an Omni is built and is on land, it will mire the land and use it to increase energy production. Note the production level from your energy mine and from land in the top left of the display once the Omni finishes and begins to mine the land. So basically we have either this, the energy mine, they have different values and there are multiples sometimes, and the land. The land mostly outweighs the energy mines. Here, the green one is the energy mine and the blue one is the mire. One good thing, you only need one to mire the land, and I believe as soon as it's mired, it always produces energy for you, unlike in Creeper World where you always have to have a tower nearby. One final note about Omnis, they also include a lathe. This can be useful in certain situations. So, all the ships have different weaponry, and they are basically modular. In this case we have simple lasers, those are the red dots, and this thing is the lathe. And the lathe is used to build stuff. Next up, ship construction. We have acquired a Galcorp ship schematic license for a single lathe ship. And the lathe ship has a remote command bridge, engine, lathe and laser defense systems. It will be useful for creating energy mines instead of moving our HQ towards more dangerous locations. Ships are constructed in space that require energy from nearby energy mines to build and power their modules. Select the lathe ship from the command bar on the left and place it near your energy mine. And that's why all the other ships don't matter, they are just remotely operated. Excellent work, crew. Our Director of Engineering will now review ship movement. Thank you, Chief Amicus. Crew, each ship we build is operated remotely by encrypted terabit quantum links. We establish full telepresence for any associate operator. You command interface to select the ship, then move and click where you want the ship to position itself. The ship's engines will rotate the ship and move it to target location. You may click, drag and release it to the destination to set the ship's desired rotation for when it reaches the destination, and that is important. You may also use your mouse wheel to change the desired rotation of the ship. Hold down M to make small adjustments while using the mouse wheel. Lastly, you may hold down E on your console keyboard when moving your ship. This will cause the ship to slide to its target destination without any rotation at all. Like this. This is generally slower. Thank you, Director. Associates, I've added a new energy source simulator. Move the lathe ship. Yeah, I've already done that. In addition to lathe schematic, Chairman Tycoon has also licensed a single destroyer class military vessel. As a precaution, we have armed the HQ with cannons and proximity defense lasers, but in the event we need more firepower, the destroyer is available. Build the destroyer now, and you can build it near either energy mine so long as it is within the supply range. Important note, you cannot build and you cannot stop overland, but you can move over it. Amicus, let's review threat and mission status. Yes, sir. Crew, with great effort, we have obtained information regarding a potential threat in redacted space. As you know, all records on redacted space are sealed by the Galactic Corporation. Yes, a Galactic Corporation, and yes, it's probably terrifying. Entry into redacted space is punishable by forfeiture of all assets. Over the centuries, there have been occasional adventures into redacted space, often by the insane or desperate chiefs of failed corporations. In all cases, those who ventured into redacted space are never heard from again, with one exception. That is that single exception we have come to possess. A message encrypted and only recently deciphered by Chief Technology and Officer, Anna. Associates, the encryption wasn't easy to break. Only after considerable insight have I discovered the message's content. It contained a description of a mindless threat that was attracted to energy and technology. Self-replicating, it could be temporarily defeated and pushed back, but would always return. Many of you have no doubt heard rumors of this threat in your whole lives. It would seem the rumors are true. I've programmed simulators to create an approximation of this threat and modified the standard Galcorp lathe to destroy the source of this particular threat. We simply don't know with certainty how effective our weapons will be against this possible threat. Our directors of weapon may have additional input. And that's what I meant with there are so many characters. Thank you, Anna. Crew, if it's red, send it to oblivion. Engage. I like this man. He is simple. Otherwise we have the standard 4 speeds, and then with delay destroy the particulate. That's how it's done. And the results of this simulation need further review. I foresee some issues. As do I. Energy will be a problem, and if your simulation is correct, a particular threat could assume highly variable array of formations. Crew, each of you have been selected for your outstanding skills in your specialist area and your ability to devise solutions to previously unencountered challenges, such as we will encounter in direct space. Prepare to jump. So, backstory, basically, this is a corporation. Tycoon is the CEO, everybody else works for him. For some reason, he wants to go there. Jump complete, we have entered detected space. Done with sensor readings. There's a particular threat here, exactly like in an simulation, but there are 2 emitters. Odd. There's a substantial wreckage here. Energy crystals on what appears to be 2 tech modules. Thoth. What do you make of these energy readings? There is spatial plasma in this region. I've seen these readings before. If my assessment is correct, the blue plasma in this region of space should slow the movement of any particulate. I agree, but the plasma sensor is likely to decay upon contact with the particulate. Very well. Kami, prepare to receive those tech modules. We are going to retrieve them. Already on it. And Ogun, stand ready. You know it, Chief. Right. Simple gameplay loop. Now. P for pause. Important thing is these technology things. They are always the main issue. The main thing you do. And these are mines. They are in every mission, and they're basically there to give you additional, Oh, why can't I click on it? Ah, that's why. They give you additional energy to start with, but run out relatively fast. Again, similar to Creeper World. An additional lace ship has been integrated into our Knucklecracker license manager. The new lace ship appears to be the built panel to the left. I recommend immediate construction, as it appears it will be needed. The lace ships aren't really that powerful, especially not in combat scenario. For that I have the destroyer over here. And the first missions are the most complicated. The red stuff here, this is the emitter. It produces particulates. Currently the particulates is basically just flying around doing absolutely nothing. However, that will change. Also, to shoot our ships need energy. And if you move them out, they will stop after a while. They need energy to do basically everything. And... oh wait, I forgot to collect that second Omni. After a while they cannot do anything anymore. I'm pretty sure you could see that somewhere on the ship itself, but I'm not sure where. Rotation, by the way, matters because every single weapon on the ships has different ranges. And the range matters a lot. Very nice. This is a license for another Omni. I'll integrate this into our Knucklecracker technology license manager. I recommend an immediate construction of this new Omni. This is the sound if the main ship is attacked, the Omni, the HQ. Unpleasant sound. I'd like to not hear it a lot, but it's sometimes necessary because, frankly, the lace ships aren't very good at their job of lathing things. Or surviving to lathe things, more precisely. Tech licenses, energy crystals, dual particulate emitters. I didn't expect as much this close to the edge of protected space. Other ships must have been destroyed even this close to the boundary. We came for answers, and I believe we will have them soon. Unwise. All of the ships, I believe, all of the missions, I believe, have only one-word names. There was an instability in the jump out of risk space. I'll adjust. Perhaps the significant threats in the system have something to do with it. Steady crew. I don't know, what do you make of the system? Wreckage, like in the previous system. There are multiple particle emitters, but the scale. The emitters here are strong and I believe they will emit particulate about bound together. Bound particulate. Does your simulation predict this? Yes, but I thought we would not encounter it. We were much further in redirected space. I need to run some calculations, but no, I just need to run some calculations first. Crew, there is wreckage here that we should collect as well as an info cache. Perhaps that will contain the logs of a long-lost corporate HQ. Perhaps that will be useful for unknown survival. Prepare all systems to engage and eliminate the threats here. And get me that info cache. So this is the next ship. Basically, this is always an info cache. They are basically just story. Nothing else. Everything else is either an Omni or a new ship. And here we now have the bound particulate. Bound particulate is basically just the same. So particulates, by the way, each of the little dots is particulate, and they take a few hits depending on the weaponry. Bound particulate just is close together and they move together. Interesting. I've never seen the ship design and it isn't currently available in the Corp inventories. I've been a great license that it has activated successfully. In design, can you see that? There's both a particle beam and a missile launcher in the sky, plus 2 engines. Got a rapid response ship. And basically useless. Your enthusiasm is admirable, Logan. The particle beam should slow down particulate. This in itself will be used, but it can also modulate it to repair decayed blue plasma and remove red plasma. Both should assist us with particulate devastation. Everyone get ready to watch missiles chase down particulate. First mission's not that difficult. Now get the first lathe down there. The more lathes are on, the more omnis, not lathes, are on a piece of land, the faster they will mire it. And as soon as it is mired, it produces energy for us. Okay, put up speed. For now, I won't need that much. You can, by the way, since all of the ships are modular, another Omni has been added to our licensed inventory. Since all of the ships, with the exception of the Omnis, are modular, you can move already before the ships are fully built. And then the red particulate is basically just, it slows you down. That's all. Now, if if particulate touches land, it mires the land in red, which is unusable and damages Omni standing on it. Its info cache is unencrypted, but only partially preserved. It's very old and uses a version of data compression that is well ancient, but I think I can access some of the data. There. Most of the data is telemetry and a mess, but there is one entry from personal log. Data follows. Gem and Ragnar's personal log. The particular emitters have been growing strong in each system. Unless fate is mocking us, the particular must be communicating across systems. If so, then our theories about the particular must be correct. And if these theories are correct, then the Galactic Corporation, House of Rex's enduring board will have all kept terrible secret for too long. And data. That's all I can access. House of Brexis, they fell decades ago and there hasn't been a ruling board in nearly as long. Whatever secret Nagar was referring to seems to have remained a secret. Yes, and I wonder if Ragnar's theory about it particularly matches ours. So in this game, the creep I don't think is known. It's amazing, so many fireworks already, it's like people don't know what time it is. Also, as soon as you move a lathe into emitter range, all particulate coming from that emitter will target the ship with the lathe. Normally they're just basically chilling around and shooting and traveling either by predetermined paths or moving wherever they need to, just randomly. and if a late ship is close, they will stop and move close towards the late ship in an attempt to stop the destruction of the emitter. I'm more convinced now than ever. Anna, any readings that might lead us to the origin world? None. I hope there would be some remnants, some molecular signatures, anything that would hint at the origin world. If we don't find the origin world, then all of this could be for nothing. I remain hopeful, my friends. We've been able to handle particular threats so far. Better than most, it would seem. We will push onward. Insanity. Now that's a nice mission name. Status report. Scanning system. None. That's odd. Thoth, what is your assessment? These emitters show different energy readings. There is a more of a pattern or rhythm to the energy output compared to emitters we have previously encountered. Meaning? Unknown, sir, but I would speculate. With more water energy output would come more complex behavior. Right, I concur. The energy patterns indicate more intense pulsations than the emitter could be producing, particularly with the greater intensity. We should be mindful of this possibility. Particulate with greater intensity would be more difficult for our weapons to destroy. Additionally, the particulate might have the capacity to create red plasma in space as they travel. I experimented with this in my simulation, but was never able to get it to work. Ogan, do your best to compensate for these threats. We need to collect any remnant technology and infocaches present here, and here, and here. And infocache in the system. We must engage in particular regardless of its intensity. I was hoping you would say that. Okay, now here is one of my favorite ships, if I recall correctly. Because it basically just looks like an Enterprise. Or like a Starfleet ship. Build me the Omnis. Omni 1, Omni 2. Omnis need energy to mire the land, which they get from being inside these energy circles, but they get energy already anyway. From just being inside, and then I can use this to mire outside. A cruiser-class Galcon ship license. Indeed. Dual missile launchers, zero cannon, particle beam, and laser defense. I recommend immediate construction. This is one of my favorite ships because it has basically everything. So, the particular have created hostile energy mines. The construction of energy mines seems to closely mirror the same Galcop energy mines we built. There's an integrated cannon. How could a particular have constructed without lathe? However, the particular did it, it can still destroy it. I'll move lathe ship and then deconstruct any mines the particular can construct. Maintain your composure, crew. It's unexpected. Thoth, what is your assessment? Particular must possess a rudimentary pattern replication capacity. Energy mines are a relatively primitive technology. Perhaps after exposure to many instances of energy mines over the centuries, the particular has learned how to replicate them. That would be the logical conclusion. The question is, why are they building them here and not in the previous systems? And if this is now part of the behavior, what will come next? A lot. The destroyer is very weak. It only has 2 cannons. The cruiser has 2 cannons in addition to 2 rocket launchers. So basically double this guy's weaponry. Plus the particle beam, which is mainly for repairing this plasma stuff and destroying their plasma stuff, of which they don't have any in the system actually. Integration of Omni Lance and Successor. Given the amount of remnant in this land in the system, the addition in Omni should prove useful. Omni. Another lace ship. So you see this is my head and it just produces energy. So I could technically just move the Omnis back and forth all the time. Rockets and some other weapons also deal AoE damage, which is very nice against some especially later enemies. You have done miring. You have done miring. This info cache is very well preserved, but strangely it is nearly empty. It was as if someone took a fresh cache, wrote a few records to it, then jettisoned it. And data follows. Bahaha, may the gods have mercy on us. No, wait, bother. Everything is nothing, nothing is everything. Nothing will happen again and again and again. The record repeats and again several thousand times, then ends. And no, that doubt the log of a crazed CEO. Gibberish from prolonged isolation, or perhaps insanity came from knowing this destruction was imminent. Perhaps. But as my father said, the insane aren't always blinded by delusion. Sometimes they just see too much reality. Debatable. This emitter is relatively weak. So the destroyer itself is enough to keep it in check. And then I can bring in a lathe to take it out. Get the destroyer in range. And if you move a ship too close to this thing, sometimes the particulate is basically just creating this ring around itself. And that always kind of sucks, because it just means that you have to destroy it first. And they get really aggressive sometimes. Like here. Also, all of the weapons are omnidirectional. So the actual, how would you call it, direction of the ship doesn't matter all that much, but all of the weaponry has its own range. So if you, oh right, you cannot build energy mines over enemy mired land. I forgot. If you move the weapons to bear, then the damage is easier to do. Now use the two omnis to take out this emitter. This emitter, as you can see, follows a set path, while this one is just random. And now with this gun, this set path, you can, by the way, if I recall correctly, you can show the fields. From this emitter, it goes over here and then in a circle. This one, whatever gets caught in there gets pulled in, and then stays around there. Same here. That's why there is so much particulate here. But if you get too close, they get angry. And do this. In this case I have enough ships, so it doesn't matter. Then this is the last energy mine, which I need to take before I can attack over here, because otherwise my ships will run out of energy basically immediately. Also, if you move anywhere so that you still have energy from an energy mine, it will show you this little line to the closest energy mine. Very useful to have. Especially though. Crew, well done. We have faced unforeseen threats and overcome them. We have also collected valuable information that should lead us forward in our search for the truth. Not even sure how long this will take me, but I hope I can finish today. Apex faction, the system is filled with hostile emitters. I detect two particular emitters very different from the others. Wait, scanning. I will leave those particular unthreatened. The scans match a prediction made by your simulation, Anna. That is correct. If my simulation is correct, these particulate are benign and won't damage the ship. They will also annihilate other particular contact. And how can this be? I only know it is possible, not how to make them or why they are here. It was purely theoretical till now, but here they are. Who was here before us must have created these benign emitters using technology unknown to us. With such technology, could they have survived indefinitely in rejected space? There's ample wreckage here. Crew, collect all of it, and perhaps we will learn more. Now, we have a new type of ship. This one. And also another destroyer, which I very much like. Show the fields. As you can see again, the fields, these are just getting together. Over here in the corners it's always just pushing out, or most of the time. And here we have this one, basically everything goes into here and then just moves around. Just circling the emitter. First Omni, the Omni can find the other Omni, Omni, and then one here. This is incredible. There's a field manipulation mode on the ship that appears to be specifically designed to push benign particulate. How could this be in the Galcorp database? The answer is obvious, Director Kami. As much as we might choose to believe otherwise, the Galactic Corporation knows a great deal about the particulate and rejected space. In any case, this will make a powerful addition to our arsenal. I'll move this grabber ship in range of the benign particle and we'll fire a stream of them directly at enemy emitters. Right. This is basically just a big cannon that shoots the friendly particulate. Okay. And then another Omni has been added to our license database. At this rate, we will soon have quite a force of Omni can be used for purposes other than mining and lathing. I'll have to think on that. Another cruiser has been added to our ship database. Oh, come. Well, our fleet is becoming impressive. So, for now, the most simple to destroy emitter here is this one down here. You don't see, unlike in Creeper World 4, you don't see how much they produce. Another grabber ship. Hogan should allow angle attacks with benign particulate streams. Come, perhaps you should consider weapons control as side career. Could always use help. And totally corrupt. All data has been lost through ages. I scanned the physical structure. Chief Dakin, and I don't believe it. The isotopic analysis matches the signatures we have been looking for. I see, Kid Kami. There's a high probability this cache was either made on or at some point has been to the origin world. Crew, we have our first solid piece of evidence. The origin world must be real. I ask all of you to trust me when you agree to come with me on this journey. This is our first solid indication that our journey may not yet yield great return. If the origin world exists deep in protected space surrounded by ever-increasing particulate, and if that particulate has such ships with technology greater than ours, I fear we may not live to see our mission to completion. We all know the risks, perhaps charging forward with all our might will be the only advantage we have. This, the grabber, by the way, as far as I can tell, overrides the other field, or at least very close, the other close fields. Okay, got the second grabber. Second cruiser. Take out down here. Then as soon as that is done, you will aim at this. Then you three come up here. You can now move over here, and you over here. You go here as well. And now I basically just wait for the particular to arrive. And then I don't think I can go there yet. Okay. This energy mine has been destroyed. Move the lathes up so they can deal with it. And then I can move you around to hit over here. And what you can also do, you can shoot the particulate from this emitter with one grabber ship to the other grabber ship and then redirect it. It's, in this case, very useful specifically for the one down here, because this emitter cannot in a direct line shoot at this. Now take down that energy mine, move the cruiser up. Then you start taking out down here. Just as the destroyer already does. Now as you can see, the cannon shoots at it and takes out specific blocks of the cruiser. That is a damage system I'd also like to see in Creeper World, or would have liked to see in Creeper World 4. Unfortunately, it was just the normal just health pool type of health. And yeah, Knucklecracker announced a new game in development, which is basically, which appears to combine the two, with, or like rather this type of health system with Creeper World 2 mostly, which I kind of like. Creeper World 2 was interesting. I don't think it was as well received as the other Creeper Worlds, which is why they went back to the top-down one. To the top-down version. Right, move you up here. Then move you down here to take down the energy mine. And as you can see, the particulate is also taken by this field and just following it around. And that should be it for this one. We have obtained the first evidence of the origin world, but something else is also very clear. Yes, I'm aware. The particulate isn't some kind of accident that destroyed the precursors. It is too structured, too reactive, it was made for a purpose. Everything in our history tells us about the precursors and how their civilization was lost must all be fabrication. The Galactic Corporation has been keeping a secret for centuries, millennia. Even the great house of Abraxas kept the secret. I was held them in high regard. Perhaps the truth was too terrible even for them to reveal. Or perhaps after centuries of keeping the secret, they were going to finally reveal it, and that is when they were overthrown. Interesting theory. You sound like one of those conspiracy nuts, Amicus. In any case, House Abraxas dead and gone. Nothing remains other than the stories we heard when we were children. Perhaps so. Perhaps we might just find some remnant of the great house here in redacted space. You always learn history buff, Amicus. Hope we find some trinkets for your collection. Stretch. Stretching, very important. There's a spatial anomaly. 2 points in space that are somehow connected. Analysis indicates some sort of entry and exit to rift space. They appear to be permanently open, which should be impossible. The portals appear to be stable, but very small. I think I know what they're for. They were constructed to conduct particulate only. Any particulate entering at the entrance portal should instantly be transported to the exit portal. I've never seen rift space used this way before. It is an intentional weaponization of rift space to work in conjunction with the particulate. If we can get a stream of benign particulate into the entrance portal, it should make for some interesting combat scenarios. Then what else is in the system? Scanner shot an info cache, trackage left the ship license, energy crystal, and 2 variant items. We will have to investigate to make a determination. These two, in fact. You heard the lady, let's get to it. And these are the most wonderful items you will find. And if you've played or seen Creeper World 3, you will probably already know them. Or at least their version in Creeper World. Build me an Omni over here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Just around. And do you recognize these? I've only ever heard about them and thought they were just a legend. These look exactly like the M-chumps we used to joke about in the Engineering Academy. It was the same in the Science Academy. Speculated shipwoman system could be tricked into having a great range of fire rate if they were modulated in and out of rough space very rapidly. Rather than energy modulators, we call them more gems. I think I can modify our ship consoles to use them. Ogan, select the ship and you should now see a Mount Amp Gem button at the ship command bar. Place an Amp Gem in a ship and its system should function with great range and rates. My swelling with the scam. Choking up here. Mount Amp Gem. This basically just is like the urns in Creeper World 4. They just make you better in basically everything. Well, look at this. A civilian model micro-tank ship. I have integrated it into a ship database. This ship can supply energy to any other ships or omnis in range. Very successful operation of ships that are out of range of an energy mine. This model also has a single integrated drone and can fly to the nearest energy mine and ferry back energy back to the micro-tank ship. Won't really be able to supply all of the energy a large fleet might need in combat, but better than nothing. Indeed, I can put the ship into immediate use. From the looks of it, the emitters and energy cells in this system, we're going to need it. Now we have the first tanker. The tankers are basically just relays. Mostly. And as you can see, this is way out of any range of energy mines. The only other energy mines we have is here, down here, and up here. You just fly over here for now. You have an amp jump. You can see which has the amp jump by the coloration of the cockpit. Or bridge. Not sure why we have glass in our bridge, since all of that is remote controlled. Right. I expected that would happen. But it was worth a try, I guess. Okay, last Omni. And they have a green energy range, which just serves as a relay. So they gain energy from the closest energy mine and then relay it to the other ships around them. They also have this little drone, which is basically used to, if this is outside of range of an energy mine, this little drone will just fly back to the closest energy mine, gather up some energy and move it back. Frankly, I've never found those all too useful, because you don't really have the time for that and they don't really supply all that much energy. Also, you can see how much energy a ship has by the bar, basically, in their thrusters. You now move over here. I want to mire this land first, before I do anything else. You two go here. This cache contains a fragment of science log. I represent it to be at least 1,000 cycles old. Log follows. We know the cleansing has come countless times. What we don't know is why. I have a theory that this is all about lowering entropy on a galactic scale. Why is unknown. With more readings perhaps I can understand where the particulate was created, and the record ends abruptly there. That was probably when the ship was destroyed, the info cache was blown clean and came to the rest of this asteroid fragment. This here is now the portal. This is the entryway in green. This is the exit in blue. And what we can do is we have an emitter here. So we could take this grabber and point him down here. And we take this grabber and point them there. Or rather just point them like so. That way. Okay, you can continue, you move here. Now you are one down here together with this lathe ship. They are both in range of the destroyers, so this lathe ship can destroy the energy mine and build a new one. That allows us to move our stuff up. As soon as the land is no longer mired. One of you can now move up here. You can also move up here. The destroyer here should be fine. I think this is the next emitter to be done. So get the lathe ship down here. And I think I can speed up. You now move also down here. The particulate, by the way, always attacks the closest ship. So you can technically shield the lathe ships with other ships. Okay, that emitter is destroyed. You move back here to supply energy to those two. Since he is already out. Also, cannons can shoot at mired land. For some reason I don't exactly know as to why. At particulate mired land. Or red land. And destroy the red. Why? I don't know. That's just something they can do. Microtanker now moving up here. The two lathe ships take care of that emitter. The range the energy mines have is completely unrelated to the energy output they have. Which I find a bit weird, but not necessarily all that annoying. So now, show fields. There are none. Good. So the only field we currently have is our own particulate coming out. And now here we have no energy mines anywhere close. That means the microtanker is our only line for energy. And that very much sucks. The Omni will take damage if they are on enemy land. However, they will also mire the land directly beneath them. And sometimes this is very important, especially later on. Not all that much now, but later on the Omnis can become great tools that you should absolutely use if you can. Okay. The cleansing that was mentioned in the cache we collected. What did you make of that? Fairy tales from our youth, amicus. I know you better than that. You know we aren't something, so don't try to ignore this and pretend we believe you. Oh, I'm not ignoring it. I don't believe all fairy tales are fiction. My god, this system is unlike any other we've seen. Now we have structures. Scanners are detecting a kind of spatial structure. The structure appears to be a crystallized version of the particular... I didn't encounter this in my simulation. I can probably work out the mechanics of the pattern as the structure is growing and would require some intentional plan on the part of the particular... I just need to know how to best kill it. I can modify our cannons to fire special shot at struck, but missiles that will be useless. Correct, Direct Organ. Notice whether our ship's hulls will interact with the struck. I can also make a lathe to destroy the struck. Of course, Sunny B9 in particular would also align with the struck. Great, so I'm into it. Works for me. Everyone also observed the sensors. This is a benign form of the structural system. It's systematically placed around well-organized energy sources. There are also two intact structures near large masses of struck. Scanners indicate they are offline. I don't know what they are for, but it might be possible to charge and activate them if you capture the nearby energy sources. Crew, I believe the system was site of a great battle. The remnants of the battle are all that is left. Let's collect the intelligent technology we can and leave as quickly as possible. Start here. Get your Imp Gem. Drop both lathes. And build first Omnis. Now, what we also have now is these things, which are basically enemy Omnis. They just mire the land. This is bad because the land gives you energy, and you want that energy. You take this. Microtank. The struck, by the way, if you ram into it, if you ram into enemy struck, it will damage your ships. But otherwise, you can fly over it. And you also can stay on the friendly amp struck. These structures on land appear to be creating Maya. Fascinating. This means the technology is similar to our Omnis, but they aren't Omnis. Never seen before anything like them. Let me help. I'll move some lathes in range and take them out, and we can just pretend they were never there. But it would not be possible, Director Organ, for we have already observed them. Thoth, interesting name, by the way. Used to be an Egyptian god. Now, as you can see, we have our quarterly new Omni tech, as well as a new ship over here. And, gonna be honest, it's probably most useless ship in the game. Okay, got me my 2 Imp Gems. Then now I can build Cruiser and Cruiser. And another Omni over here. An additional Omni has been added to our licensed database. We have collected a ship schematic. Very interesting, son. Primitive, but I can see how it might be effective. This hammer is just the tool we need. She's designed to ram through struck, particularly anything else that might get in our way. Perhaps he just found the hammer of the mythological Thor, what some people carry on about. Well, he can't have it back. So this is the new ship, the hammer, and it's basically just a cockpit with a lot of armor in front of it. That's all it does. It is, in essence, a suicide unit. You send it in, you have it destroy things, and then you send it out. Also, the number above the thing shows how much it mires. Unfortunately, I don't have a reference number as to how much my my Omnis mire. So I can't really relate it to anything. But the general structure of is the number is big, it's stronger, still holds true. Okay, get the Joven out as well as the hammer. And for cash retrieved, it is very corrupt, but it has massive degree of redundancy. It seems to be designed to survive for eons. There's a primer with a large parity redundancy and includes basic lexicon and instructions for building a language. Any weapons described? No, well, I'm not sure. The primer is intact and describes a language that was in use in various systems a millennia ago. Nothing new there, but the creators of this cache must have assumed it would be lost for a very long time and that whoever found it would need a language primer. The rest of the message is far too corrupt to understand. I believe this cache was meant to form part of a parity volume. If you find other caches like it, I will eventually be able to reconstruct the entire message. Then we might get a big gun, amongst other things. Sounds like a priority to me. Your enthusiasm is appreciated, Director Ogun, but my hope is we will get some more fundamental answers about the particulate. The origin world and just what is going on in directed space. And then maybe a big gun too. Big gun, very big priority. Okay, take out this. Because I want the energy mine, then move the micro tank down here so I can move these forward. Just as my Omnis, the enemy Omnis will also take damage from standing on my land. These direct structures near the enemy fortifications appear to be ancient. Their purpose isn't clear. Scans indicate an internal structure that is vaguely similar to a rift jump engine, but it is very different. If they were weapons that were built by some crew, perhaps they may be of use. It's hard to say. If, say, we take the nearby energy source and let them charge and activate. Agreed, Director Ogun. Let's engage. Okay, and now the hammer is building. That's a problem that I face, because the hammer is basically designed to just charge in, take out as many struck or particulate as possible, and then die. And then be rebuilt to go and die again. The problem is, it's very expensive, energy-wise, and takes ages to build. So, for example, just send it that way. Okay, micro tank is ready. Move everything up here to take the first energy source. Omnis, I don't think I need any more. Since they can only get in range of this one back here, so I'm just gonna have them stand around. Then, get me the second grabber and rebuild the hammer. You will stand down here. Oh. Right. Whenever one of your ships die, you need to grab the the amp gem again. Destroyer will move here to keep this away. So yeah, the hammer is basically just a tank. Destroyer move up. This is the weird weapon they spoke about. It is a very effective weapon, and I'd like to have it in more places. But in essence, it just does that. Okay, get the micro tank in again. And put an M-champ in. You can't actually put an M-champ in the hammer, I believe, because it doesn't have any weapons. Oh, and this is... Right, that was a mistake on my part. These are weird attack points. They basically create this energy field. They basically like create this energy field and have the particulate come in here. And then as soon as enough particulate is around, it sends it forward. Motherfucker, can this thing just stop destroying my hammer? But as most other structures, you can destroy it. Where's my second grabber? Right here. You aim this way. And now that that's gone, it should be relatively easy to take out this. You now aim this way. You come down here, as well as the micro tank. The Joven and the Destroyer can move in range to just shoot the stuff while it accumulates. Lathe down. Destroyer in here. Micro tank move forward. Then just smash the hammer through. You could technically just slowly and methodically destroy all of the struck with your lathe, but just smash the hammer through. My destroyer was taken down. The different colors by way of different weaponry. Yellow is missiles, and orange, I believe, is the cannon, and then blue is... Get a second destroyer over here. Hammer move in. And then hammer move up here. One destroyer should be enough here. And we just take out that emitter. Destroyer can move up. Micro tank will now move up. And then you can now shoot the particulate this way. For this one, we unfortunately do not have the weird super weapon. What we instead have is just an abundance of ships. Okay. So, we only move the hammer through once more. And then we should be done relatively soon. Crew hammer job! As we have journeyed deeper into the record space, we have encountered increasing threat and more mysteries, but we now have a solid lead on solving many of these mysteries. Indeed, our mission priority is to find and collect more info cache so we can reconstruct the data archive. That archive very likely contains a trove of answers, and yes, Director Hogan, if you're lucky, a big gun too. Potential. I believe there are like 16 missions? 15. We were here. Potential. Crew status. Wreckage as usual. Numerous energy sources, energy parts, and particular emitters. Standard fare, it would seem. There are some minor spawning structures like we saw in the previous system. Scans show the Braxian reactor facilities on several of the asteroids. They produce up to cycle and discharge excess energy. This could create a confined energy stunner. Ogun, you know more about this than I do. Cows correct. When one of those old reactors goes critical, it will discharge the energy built up into a confined sphere and launch it in space. They called them stunners in the Academy Weapons School. They will drift through space and attract to other energy sources like our ships or energy mines. When they hit, they will take the systems offline for some period of time. No permanent damage unless we are in the middle of a fight. What are defense options? Destroy the reactors. Let's get to that and also collect the info cache I see hidden amongst the asteroids. Right, start is down here. And there we have the next type of ship. The more omnis you have, the faster they mire. So you always want to have as many of them as possible. Second lathe goes up here. And as you can see, we directly get 2 of them. Show fields. Awesome. Okay, have a look at the new ship design we just recovered. Ingenious. Standard reactor type has been repurposed to create a massive discharge cannon. I wrote a research paper about this in my academy days. Right. He is one of the best weapons designers the Galactic Corporation has ever seen. The second most important reason he's part of our crew. And first, please continue with the assessment, Director Hogan. Oh, wait. I was too busy marveling at his beauty. Discharges on this ship will be ideal for dealing with the confined energy standards that come our way. This is against particular when the energy production standards in the stations in the system create confined energy standards are drawn to our ships. These discharge cannons will be able to neutralize them. Seems someone put Owen's theoretic weapon design into practice. Indeed. An additional Omni test has been added to our database. It seems Omnis are common in the wreckage we find. Very much so. Then cruiser and cruiser. And speed up. Then get me the first grabber to push stuff this direction. What fields do we have? This is done, so you move over here first. You 4 move up here. Now we have, for example, up here. These are out of range for most of our ships, unfortunately including the lathes. So, for the most part, I'm leaving the... Okay, destroyer, Jovan, and then the second discharger. The dischargers have a very limited range, but they are very much necessary. Maybe not 4 times. We have one here, one here, one here. They target our structures and ships. So this is the part of the game where I start to just basically have all my ships in a big clump. Because of those things. Destroy the struck up here. And then we start landing. Because these things, since they're on land, it's most effective to take them out with Omnis. And that's why I want to have as many of them as possible on one island. Right, I need to remember to mount the amp jumps. You get an amp jump. You get an amp jump. And then, where's my second cruiser? You get an amp jump. Ah, shit. They went down here and took this energy man, huh? I overlooked that. Now all of you move up here. And the micro tank move in here. And that's the first energy thing down. You take here. And now I basically just leave these 3 down here, or rather these 2 down here, to make sure that this emitter doesn't send anything in. You are done here, so you now move there. Nothing can move on there, so that's unfortunate. Move into tank. Emitter up here. Now what I can do actually is just put my Omnis there, and the Omnis will take care of that for me. Lathe, you take out that struck. Second lathe. Yeah, you need to move more in range. Then you can move here and you can move here. Okay. Micro tanker, come down back here. And then all of my Omnis are just gonna have a landing over there. Destroyer move up here to take the shots. Now in this case the landing is a lot harder because they have their own Maya thing. And that means that whenever my things take something, the enemy might, because I have to land, and then my things first take damage. Because they're on Maya land. They Maya directly underneath them, but their Maya is also underneath them. Okay, you now move here to take down that emitter. It shouldn't be all too much of an issue. Then we build the second grabber. So my main strategy for this is always to just have the... Up here we should be done for now. This ship should be enough there. My main strategy is always to try and have the Omnis land at the same spot over and over again. Because if they do that, they use the Maya land from the previous Omni as a station, as a starting spot. This is now again in the range of the particulate. This particulate is already down. This emitter, not strictly speaking particulate. Next is this energy mine, going via this energy mine. So for now, everybody move down here. You start... You direct here, and then the last thing we will move this grabber and just shoot up here to this emitter, because this is the last really dangerous one. And then you, discharger, can move here. You go away. Don't steal my particulate. Okay, you can now move here and shoot at that energy mine. You all move up. Then we have the Omnis move over. Any ship with a gun, specifically a cannon, can also shoot at mired land to destroy the mire. It is useful to know, but not really something I use all that much. Because most of the time the cannons are shooting at particular. Okay, now all of you can move up here. You can redirect directly at the last emitter. At to let's take out this. I need to destroy all structures, not only all emitters. So I also need to take down the stuff on land. You now take down that emitter. I love the little snakes. Okay. Omnis moving in. Micro tanker in range. Micro tanker also still in range for these guys. I don't need to mire everything, but I need to destroy all structures. So I need to still get to that one up there. This is part of the parity volume we're looking for. What are the odds? Odds that have been made better by intent. Well, these caches must have very intentionally scattered many copies around a great many systems. They wanted to ensure the information would survive. We will need a good many more to reconstruct data, but if you are right, Anna, we stand a chance of finding them. And now here we have the issue that basically... Right, first off, you I forgot to bring along. The micro tanker is incapable of completely transferring all of the necessary energy. That is it. I grow proud of this crew with each passing system. With each new threat we found a response. Chief Amicus, please put a note of high commendation on each crew member's record. It's about that. Emergent. I hate Emergent. The sensors must be off. Recalibrating. Everything is working correctly. I can see, Danu. We all can. The organization of the system is an incredible scale. Someone or something attempted to build a massive structure in space. I'm detecting energy emanating from around the perimeter of the structure. There are parts which looks like some form of weapon. The design doesn't match anything in the Galcorp's database. It could be alien in construction. Or they could simply not be in the Galcorp database. Perhaps they are from a time before the Galactic Corporation. The Galactic Corporation has maintained a complete history of humanity. Its genesis on the now lost origin world, growth into the First Empire, the ecological disaster led to the creation of redacted space and the many millennia that have followed since. Perhaps in the whole truth, Director Thoth. What we have seen so far in redacted space points to additional elements in that story. Elements the Galactic Corporation is purged from history. I need to play Thoth again, but I'm stuck at midline. In any case, we must engage in particular in the system and collect what information we can. Ready for battle. I also suck at playing Thoth. So... Now, there is a ship I like. Mine here. Get our weekly Omni. Get a new lathe and a new lathe. I'm pretty sure there are like... hotkeys for that as well. But I never bothered to learn them. So for now, what do we have here? We have cannons. We have just collected a very familiar ship. Has the prized Wolf-class missile carrier. Impressive. A missile launches on a single ship and can deliver serious damage. Indeed. A ship should play an integral role in... yeah, another system, another Omni. Right, Wolf-class missile ship. This thing basically just has a bunch of rocket launchers. Is it inspired? No, but it is very effective at what it tries to do. Namely, shoot rockets. Why is this important? Because of these little cubes. A new energy signature has appeared on scanners, which we will probably not talk about. The particular has managed to create some sort of mobile and emergent form of itself. Motion of these emergents is very directed. It must have some form of primitive guidance. I've seen nothing like this in my simulator. Has an adaptive behavior on a new level. Where's it coming from and how do we counter it? It appears to spawn almost randomly from mired land, so the more land it particular mines, the faster the emergent will spawn. Our weapons will target the emergent just like target particulate. It is close enough to form to the particulate that no adjustments are necessary, but it looks very tough. A single emergent could easily tear through a ship. They can. Ogun? Yeah, Chief. Yes, these emergent ship would be best countered by missiles. Swarm missiles should hunt them down. I do well. It's good to have your expertise, Ogun. He is not currently all that much here. Right. Next Omni and then the rest here to mire this land very fast. And then get the Joven here. You can also, by the way, just click here to move your ships, to select your ships. Then you get an M-gem. You get an M-gem. You get an M-gem. Because these ships are the ones with rocket launchers. And I want the rocket launchers against these emergent. As you can see, they take a few shots. Okay, late ship. Move up here, take this energy mine. Then get the micro tanker out. This is, by the way, not struck, this is just land. And the stunner is also charging up, so get me a discharger here and a discharger here. You then go there. Okay, this land is completely mired, so you can move up. You now can also move up. You can move over. I have one more grabber available. Grab this energy mine. And these are guns. They're just straight up guns. Do we have any energy fields over here? So this particular here is just confined to within. And then it just jumps around inside a bit. However, if you can see, there is this thing. So this grabber can just shoot all of my particulate this way. Well, there goes my energy bin. And these are basically just guns that shoot. I forgot what button I had to press so that they slide. Okay, Omnis, move out. Then this light ship will move up here to take that energy mine. You move forward. You move forward. You move forward. Destroyer here. Light ship, take that out. Well, right, the emitter is down. Let's ship move backward. Then we build a hammer. Why? To tank. There's my second discharger down here. You also move up here. You now move here to hold basically this entrance. You move over here to this land. The Emergent, oh fuck, deals a lot of damage. And is, in general, quite annoying. Fuck. Specifically because of that. You move here to give energy to our lathe. Okay, lathe is done. And lathe is no longer done. Rebuild my destroyer, my Joven. Get me the cruisers back. You no longer have energy. You move out. This is the problem. This is the problem with the Emergent. They directly hunt your ships, and they can overpower you very easily. Energy man destroyed. Energy man destroyed again. How do you take care of the Emergent? Mostly you don't. Which is exactly the issue. Right. You actually just shoot the Emergent in here. Not the Emergent, your particulate. The Emergent are annoying as hell. Lathe 1 is here. Down please, I need the new wolf. You go and try to gather those energy gems, those amp jumps. Then you move down here for that amp jump. You mount your new amp jump. Mount your new amp jump. You will, as soon as we're done there, also mount your amp jump. And then micro tanker move here, hammer move here, lathe move here. I basically just use the hammer as a tank. Since the cannon shoots particulate, it always hits the first thing. Unfortunately, my lathe will run out of energy. Thankfully, it held long enough. Okay, lathe now up here, micro tank up here, Joven up here. We wait for the hammer to be rebuilt. The particulate also deals damage to the Emergent, that's why the Emergent just suddenly became, well, basically stronger, because I stopped shooting the particulate in their direction. me a second discharger. Both lace ships on the cannon. Still need to make New Year's resolutions. Oh, maybe should think about those. Unfortunately, because of how the land is shaped here, I can basically not really put Omnis anywhere. Or anywhere specific that that would actually help, because, well, I can take the land, but that's about it. Now, I need this energy mine extremely because of all of this land. This land here always creates a new emergence, so I need to take the land away. This is land height 2, this is land height 5, so they have these weird pathways. Okay, 2 lathe ships up here should take out that cannon. They did. Wonderful. Now what I want to do is actually just shoot this back down here. Move you two up here together with the micro tank and the 2 lathe ships. Move the Omnis closer. Alright, the hammer has like three little weapons. That, well, they're there, I guess. Okay, Joven. And the destroyer. And then the Omnis, I believe, cannot get in range to take down that energy mine. However, the 2 lathe ships can. Take down an energy mine, build our own, then take out the last emitter up here, outside. Move the tanker forward. Okay, micro tank is down. Hammer now in front of that gun. Also, while the particulate itself cannot attack the Omnis because they are on land, the emergent can. Mothership, move over here, take down that, rebuild that energy mine. How much emergent is created is directly related to how much land the particulate has. So taking that down with our Omnis will become more relevant. Okay, now hammer, move over here. Micro tank, move here. And then the lathe ships can take out the last gun. Okay, hammer is now useless. Charge in. Go. Alright, can take out this truck with you, I guess. Okay. Now you back to shooting into here. Or rather this way, and then I can build my second grabber to shoot this way. Okay, late ships back down here. You now charge through once. The Omnis will now start their assault. If I find a place I can do it. Right here. Using the micro tank, the late ships can take down this one, and then I can put my Omnis there. You Omnis also move over. You know what? Just move here. It hit energy mon. And right, I need to keep an Omni around here to make it so that it can mire. Unfortunately, it can't because I need the micro tank in range. Okay. Number one will probably die relatively soon. Then put number 2 in. And it got hit by an emergent, that's unfortunate. You can go and take out that mire. You move here, late trip, take that. I first need to take out the Maya things, I guess. You move up. You move up. You can now also move here. You take that Maya thing. You take that Maya thing. Micro tank down here. My late was destroyed. And now the rest of the mission is basically Omni time. Thankfully now already have a bit of a way down there. The wolf needs to move forward. This will also now power this to release... cruiser was destroyed, okay. To release a bunch of benign particulate in there. Unfortunately, this is not part of the parity volume we are looking for. On the other hand, this cache contains a specific set of coordinates. The coordinates point here in directed space. Later, it will only be a short jump. One other thing. This cache isn't very old and bears the corporate seal of the last Abraxian executive office. The seal of Chairman Abraxas? They were all purged when House Abraxas fell. How could an artifact from the time have made it this deep into redacted space? A long range and target jumps would do it. It would take a lot of energy and be a one-way trip, obviously, but something the size of an info cache could be sent in a single jump from the old Abraxan HQ to this point in redacted space. Only if the sender knew the exact coordinates to send it to. Anything else on the data there is better as encrypted, and like the encryption in our backup systems, it can be broken. Micro tank is down. Okay, this Omni, move in. You also move in. lathe ship over here. Micro tank is ready again. Okay, lathe ship died again. That's a bunch of particulate. That is important because we Maya him. Okay. Fortunate that. Okay, you just put here lathe ship. Take that. But now we don't have any emergent coming in, so we just need to take this mine for the Omnis to take out this thing. Crew, prepare to jump to the corners we have reached. We're charging forward. Director Ogun, is something you would like to discuss? So I'm not sure how to say this, or if I am even correct. Go ahead, Ogun, you're probably the brightest member of this crew, so more so than thought, and maybe you are. Your instincts are why you're here. There's a pattern in the wreckage technology we found. The increasing complexity of the particular signature we found that is evidence of the origin world all adds up. As to what? Intent. A particulate is no accident. It was designed, as surely as any weapon system. It was designed. The abduction cache was most certainly sent here. Yes, and a speculator as such. No, sir, you don't understand. It was sent here for us, or more specifically you. We will discuss this further, Ogun, for now prepare for the unknown that awaits the next system. Ties. Destroy all amazing enemy structures. And scanners are processing. Very interesting. There are plenty of remains here, and it looks like whoever left them put up a serious fight. I detect structures similar to the capacitive particle bursts we encountered in prior systems. These structures are a bit different. Similar cores, but there's an extra module in each. Ogun, I'm sending a scan over the internal structure to your console. Got it. Yes. A legend doesn't even begin to describe them. These structures will take an energy amplifier, then they should unleash a rain of anti-particulate shots. I wish I had thought of this on. They're fully charged and offline while charging. That's necessary to get energy amplification effect. Also, look out particular. Supplying them with energy will be a mission priority. There's also other wreckage here. Let's get to it, crew. Now, here, next ship, and it's one I like. Because it basically does what the micro tank does, only in every step, just better in every single possible way. Also, by the way, whenever something has this red circle around it, it means it's on Maya land and cannot be used. Like here, over Maya. Please get me a grabber here. Down to the scimitar. We have collected a design for the Galcorp tanker. It makes the micro tanker look like, well, micro. It should come in handy for extended combat and otherwise powering remote systems. Right, the tanker is the micro tanker. Just a not micro. It has like double the storage, more range. It's better in basically every way. Except for the cost. The cost is high. One more Omni editor license base. Database. Destroyer, Johan. Just like in Creeper World, the more you build, the slower everything builds itself. Amp gem there. Do we have stunners? No. Yeah, there are two, okay. So unfortunately I will need these. Or at least one of them. Bunch of emergent coming in. activate the fields. Right, this one is one that switches from gathering up as many particulate as can and then sending them out. We have a bunch of get away from the wall particulate. Down here we have another energy mine. It doesn't have all that much range. So for now I'd rather just right, as you can see, this one has one drone, this one has two, and this one also has this handy dandy little show of exactly how much energy it has. The emergent can move through the struck, but it takes damage doing so. Get an amp gem in there, get an amp gem in there. Second discharger. Now, new data cache. And this should actually give me access to the amp gem menu, I believe. This info cache is perfectly preserved. It is encased in metallic hydrogen for some reason. The cache's design and origin are rather unbelievable. It's a Brexit in origin. I reckon it's the external design. Only the office of the chief executive used to info caches like this. As a correct, Jim Vermicus, it also means the contents are encrypted and we have zero hope of decrypting them. As I recall in my studies at the time period, decryption keys were tied to specific individuals. Usually Chairman of Brexit or a member of his family. The cache would only look for whoever it was tied to. Exactly, and since every member of House of Brexit is long gone, so is any hope of accessing this cache. I can only imagine what information it might have held. To even find it here in redacted space is strange enough. Bring it to the breach and lead Chief so I can see it in person. Ah, why? With your permission, Chief, I can suggest we give it a try. Right, Hogan, I suppose a closer look won't hurt. Here it is. Scanning everyone on the bridge. Lot of scan, nothing to be alarmed about. Scan complete. Hogan, yeah. Alright, what is in the data? It's, give me a moment. Let me come in. A cache contains signed root code for our core systems. It's a set for functionality I've never encountered. It will provide capabilities beyond anything of us have ever seen. Thoth, the analysis and modifications of install would appear to allow the use of amp gems to enable various capabilities or alterations in our weapons and energy systems. Some of these tech enhancements of our ship and weapons and some for things we didn't even know existed until we encountered them in redacted space. Very good. Cammy, once you're composed, please integrate the modifications into our systems. Yes, sir. Modifications complete. I have enabled a new tech button in the command console. Bring that up to access the new techs. Is there anything else in the data, Director Kami? I'm still processing the rest. Even after decryption, it doesn't make much sense. I need some more time to analyze it. Crew, let's worry about why the cache and locked up our presence later. For now, we have a fight on our hands. Right. Tech. This works basically exactly like the urn portal in Creeper World 4. You put a bunch of urn or amp gems in, you get techs. Those have to boot up over a period of time, and they are very useful. Release that, put it in the Omni cannons. So for example, our Omnis now have reactors, which means as soon as they are on my land, they don't need to be inside of an energy circle. They just work. That is extremely useful, because otherwise you just have to, well, always have an amp gem in them, and I don't like that. You always have them inside of an energy radius or work with a micro tanker, which honestly is a bit annoying. Then another thing, we have a lot of things, but the most important things are the production increase, land production increase, the energy range for the energy mines, and the defensive struck is really nice to have. And the Omni cannons are also kind of nice to have. Because that way I can basically use the cannons offensively. So, this should be the absolute maximum. No, we can get a bit more energy range increase, okay. Otherwise, what can we get? We can get basically just the mine production, land production increases just more energy. Omni reactors, so they don't have to be in an energy field. Energy range increase for more range. Sure. Move speed, move and build speed increase. Sure. Mine discharges. I don't even know what it is. It's a discharger for the energy mines. Very useful on maps with more stunners. Defensive struck is just this little struck, so that a particulate doesn't immediately hit the energy mine. Rock burner allows us to terraform. The mine cannons is just a mine cannon. Omni cannons, the same for omnis. Emitter control is basically just what I do with the grabber here. It allows you to use the emitter to directly send particulates somewhere. And then the banana emergent is just emergent. The banana emergent isn't really that good because the emergent is mainly really good because it takes out your ships immediately. As soon as it touches them, basically. And our enemies don't really have ships. So that's an issue. I don't even know if we can mire enough here. How much space? None. Okay, so we cannot mire here in any way that allows us to put the omnis forward. In that case, we will go down here instead. Get the lathes to take that energy mine. The wolf will stay here. Get the omnis down as well. And a discharger. Because of the tanker, I really don't have to fear anything ever running out of energy unless the tanker is taken out. What you can also do now is have little supply chains, because the tanker will now fill the micro tanker and the micro tanker in turn the ships. Okay, omnis can now come down here. While the mine builds a defensive structure around itself. At this point I can up the speed a bit. Take down that emitter. The discharger can also come down here. Tanker can come down here. Then we use the late ships to take down that Maya here. And as soon as that is down, we will just land. Now, this one I can't mire because it's a giant wall and it gets hit by particulate. Every time particulate hits a wall, it transforms a field into mired land. In this case, this land isn't hit by particulate, and you can see the cannons help a lot. So, if it's not hit by particulate, the Omnis don't immediately die. Now, move everything, move all of the Omnis up here. Because the Omnis can now also shoot at particulate, making them very useful if there is land somewhere. Now do this, then build my second grabber. And I don't think I need the hammer today. Microtanker forward, discharger forward, the 2 destroyers forward. And then the lathe. This is the last thing they have on this side, so I can move you in now. And then have the grabber be here. Now, I need to destroy the mire around here. Because then the guns will start shooting. And they shoot good. Them guns shoot good. Them guns shoot good. As most guns do. Do the same to this. And then do the same to this. And then move the ships forward. Take a few of them, put them over here. And you can now shoot directly at this part. Get the wall forward, as well as the destroyer and the Jovan. And then we see if you can just like sneak through there. Now, last things to do. Take that energy mine. And using that energy mine we can then start taking this. Okay, you didn't manage to sneak through. Okay. Move everything up. Like, the dischargers can now go. Well, not yet. Need to sneak some through. Hope the merchant doesn't get you. New lathe. New lathe. Get me a hammer as well. Defensive struck is no longer needed, so I want to move a build speed increase. All of my energy mines are over here, so the particulate cannot reach it. Literally impossible. And so I need to move the build speed increase to get my hammer out regularly. I always tend to forget that this thing has a log. And it's a lot of Omni destroyed. Okay, so that's the first emitter down. And now I have to rely on the tanker and the micro tanker to supply me with energy while I rebuild my hammer. At this point the destroyer is basically not really useful anymore. regarding basically the story until now. Because there is a lot of lore not really explained in the direct story of the game, basically the entire galaxy is run by corporation. Biggest of them is the so-called Galcorp, the Galactic Corporation, makes sense. And they basically just have a police state. They basically have like a censorious police state. The absolute dystopia most people don't want. Everything is run by corporations. Corporations run everything, and they can immediately censor and excise any and all information they don't want to be public. And the former ruling house of this was the House of Praxis. It was destroyed. Why is not really explained, but they did something that the Galactic Corporation wasn't really fond of. And every single member was killed, with the exception of one. This guy. I knew we would prevail. We needed to innovate, but I knew this crew would succeed. Have we learned anything else about the system or the information on the Abraxian cache? Yes. The derelict structure we have encountered on all Abraxian technology. They were built as part of a secret initiative conducted over the decades by House Abraxas. It all took place here in redacted space. That explains why the tech is unfamiliar to us. But why? Has the information revealed the purpose? Anna, perhaps you would like to explain? Why would I need to explain? It's alright, come here. Everyone should know that it was absolutely necessary to keep secret what I'm about to tell you. It was necessary to spatial disruptions. The drift space incursion imminent. We need to get out of here now. Secrets. Yeah. Basically. Jump complete. We barely missed an incoming rift incursion. Something large was entering the last region of space. Fortunately, 3 of our engines were launched in the jump and are now scattered in the system. We should make it a priority to recover them. They should prove invaluable for the upgrades we now have access to. Rapid assessment of this region. More wreckage, ship design, Abraxan structures, info cache, all things of interest. There particularly seems more dispersed in the system with a central area that has an anomalous structure. It looks like one of the Abraxan cannons has been altered by the particulate. Most likely will put up a fight against us. If I get it laid close enough, I should be able to purge the particulate and flip it back to our side. Very good. Crew, prepare to engage. Director Kami and the information retrieved from the Abraxan cache, there was something about Anna. You believe she needs to explain something? Sir, the information contains a log entry from the Galcorp chief scientist at the time of the last Abraxan chairman. It mentions a message of great importance being sent to Anna from her grandmother, the chief scientist. I see. In that case, please continue, Anna. Like, this is a bit weird. We basically just emergency jumped into this system. And now we just talk, instead of dealing with the threat first. I knew this day would come as it must. German Tycoon, your name isn't Dagger Tycoon, it's Dagger Abraxas. Dagger is also a name. That's an... Who doesn't want to be called Dagger? You're the grandson of Chairman Skarsgård Abraxas, also quite a name. The last of Abraxian chief of Galcorp. Chief Tycoon is Abraxas. Rumors that Skarsgård's grandson was saved. True? How can you know this? How could he possibly be Chief Tycoon? The knowledge comes to me from my grandmother, who was chief scientist at Galcorp during the Abraxan reading this Kami mentioned. She secretly encoded a message before she disappeared that I had discovered once I came of age. It is said that the Abraxan boy had been saved and was in the hands of House Tycoon, and no one here. Secret must be kept at all costs. The very fate of humanity depended on it. Also not the smartest move to disseminate this information if the fate of humanity depends on it. Why? I mean, obviously, if anyone had known Chairman Tycoon Abraxas would have been imprisoned the worse. Why could be from him now? Because she knew I would never have entered rejected space if I had known. If what you say is true, Anna, then I would have devoted all of my resources to fighting and destroying the Galactic Corporation. Yeah, that. Dagger, I've known you for a long time. What I did was for the greater good. And what greater good could be? My grandmother's message didn't say. She only said that the answers are in rejected space and that you, I, and the most able crew we could assemble would one day find out. I guess there are things that she thought necessary to keep from me as well. Chief, I'm speechless. If you are the Abraxan heir, everything is different. You could return and claim the chairmanship of Galcorp. I don't think that's how chairmans work. Like, chairmans are appointed, not, well, technically a military coup is an appointment. Crew, my name is Chairman Dagger Tycoon. I won't be changing my name anytime soon. If there are any further questions beyond that, you aren't as bright as I thought you were. Prepare to engage. Where do I start? Over here. Now, immediately pump everything. Omni cannons into my energy increase. The efficiency ramps up as soon as you put anything in, so I want to do that basically while we're still paused. The anti-particulate cannon is very good at its job. Then, as soon as the lathe... Guys, Jim, I thought the Wolf class ship was awesome. Morgan, take a look at this. Marauder class, rare and exceedingly expensive for its size. It's a general purpose but heavily armed craft. We were often used to escort Galcop officials whenever they would visit the academy. Well, she's integrated and now yours to command. Marauder, 4 rockets, 4 cannons, 2 lasers and a particle beam. Very nice to have. Also, as mentioned, very expensive. Now, Omni reactors are going in, Omni cannons are going in. Get the mine cannons. There is one benign over here. Can't really do anything with that right now. But I can start to take down the emitter here. I can also use this energy mine to create more omnis. And grab this info pickup. Info cache retrieved. Score. As a number of the parity volume we have been looking for, we still don't have enough to reconstruct the whole message, but we are getting closer. Unfortunately, unlike with the urn, there isn't actually anything that immediately increases anything in attack tree that immediately increases the power of your ships themselves. Would be nice to have, but it's not strictly speaking necessary. What I'm now gonna do is you move here, and then you move down here. Grab that amp jump. Build me the... there's a stunner, yes. In that case, build me a discharger. 2 and 28 seconds. Build me another discharger also up here. Use this to get me the mine dischargers. And then these omnis will just move over here. As soon as they're there, put them on this land. Okay, lathe, move in. Then just wait for more production. For my energy production, to be precise. The second one went down here, but I have the energy mine dischargers, so that's fine. It's not very effective yet, though. Okay, I currently have a production of 18 and 18 on ton, and use up 11. I have a store of 10, so I can of 100, so I can now make a Marauder. The Marauder costs what? 22. The Wolf costs 20. But then the hull itself has to be built separately, and it costs like 98. Okay, you now move up here. A few of you will die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to take. And since I have the reactors on them, they can just start immediately. And then this gives me access to this gun, which will destroy a few of the particulate over here. What I'm now then gonna do is, first of all, Marauder move forward. The Marauder is nice to have, but the Cruiser is still my favorite ship. There's a bunch around. Now I want the land production increase. No, I want the movement speed increase. Then I will build the big tanker over here and the micro tanker over here. Because what I'm now gonna do is build a grabber. Grab all of these, move them over here. While you move here. You will actually go die. Then I build another one here, and you will now move up here. Grabber now goes here and looks this direction. Build me a wolf. Then build me another Omni here. And then you all can sneak through here to there. And then I built my another lathe ship here and you there. The tanker is done, so I can now start moves on that one up there. The Marauder should honestly be enough to keep this area locked down. Together with one discharge. You now all move here. And there is our new, as usual, per system Omni. You take down that emitter. An additional Omni has been added to our database. That's another energy mine. Now we basically have to take those two outer islands, which should be easy enough thanks to the tanker. At first, this emitter. I completely forgot that's there. And while I'm down there, lathe ship move here. Take down that emitter. This micro tanker has to stay here because of the grabber. Everything else can move on. You move over here to assist that. Okay, emitter down. Now we move on the island. And then we start building a hammer. Since we have a bunch of struck there, you four, I can take you two. I left the others because of their cannons. You also do not need this cannon anymore, as do you and you. You can also come up here. Then we move them in. With a new Omni. You can now start just lathing this truck. You move over here. Hammer moves through. Fuck. And it keeps taking down my lathe, which is unfortunate. I should probably take out that emitter down there as well. Well, I need to, factually, so... Not really a decision I make. Take down the energy mine there. Build a new one. Then take out that emitter. Okay, you can now... You shoot this direction. You now shoot to this grabber. 2 more emitters to go. You take out those. You move here. Rebuild my hammer. Get the tanker down there. He's flying through the truck because of course he does. Right, rebuild him. Got me my new cannon. And then you and you basically just like go here and land on this little area. You can now move down here. Right, struck. I forgot. Destroyer or Marauder, you can come down here as well. So yeah, the offensive Omni's always nice to have, though not strictly required. I think they're one of the better upgrades. And then that should be it. Very good, crew. Excellent work as always. I would like to apologize for being so stressed earlier. Information about my heritage was distressing. I've lived my whole life as a proud Tycoon. My parents were 2 shining examples of parents. Knowing I came to them from others and that they loved and cared for me as their own only increases my admirations and respect for them in return. Director Kami, does the information retrieved from the Abraxian cache contain any other information about what they were doing and why they were conducting a secret initiative? No sir, not directly. It mentions a lot of technical talk about entropy and information density. The only references I can't explain are mentioned of some group called the Siloi and some device called the Ark. Other than that, nothing. You may remember that from Creeper World 3 if you've played or seen that. And from the fact that the character in Creeper World 4 is also called Siloi. Jump complete, and scanners are already detecting an anomaly. There are 3 structures here we have not previously encountered. They are definitely infested with particulate, but there's no way to tell exactly what they do from the scans. From the scans it seems possibly these structures manufacture something related to particulate. I detect an internal lathe design of sorts. Design is otherwise unfamiliar. One thing is for sure, if I can get 1 or more lathes in range, they won't be a problem, whatever they do. Very well, let's collect the tech in the system, keep a close eye on those structures. Yeah, those are things I do not like. those structures. They are not friend. Right, get my tech going, Omni reactors, Omni cannons, mine cannons, move build speed and the energy range increase. Then get me the lathes out. Omnis here, here, here. Just below all of them around here. Cancel this, destroy, and cancel here. Already bunch of particulate. Three there, you move directly here. You here, you here. You also here, and you also here. Scan is detecting activation of the unknown structures. As I feed, these structures are manufactured in core cells. This core has the unbelievable ability to create particulate and to manage and control it. I see what it's trying. It's trying to copy our ships, using particulate to create a primitive hull. Steady, Yogan. If it's made out of particulate, our weapons should be able to destroy it. It should, sir. It's just okay. I see these doppelgangers. What is more interesting is that these structures are able to manufacture particulate and control it. The structures don't appear to be created by the particulate, but couldn't that be a Braxton in origin? Part of the experiments they were performing, perhaps? Manipulating and controlling particulates. Perhaps my grandfather managed to achieve some technological breakthroughs that he thought could rid rejected space of particulate, or even use the particulate for some purpose. Like, if it didn't try to eat it, you can make wonderful houses out of it. Ogun? Yes, come. Just look. A Galcorp big nose assault ship. I've seen pictures, never the actual ship. Ship is built around the MK7 Tricannon, with a level of massive punch at great range. Director Ogun, I thought the MK7 was never licensed, was only used on ships directly owned by the Galactic Corporation. I don't see any Galcorp officers around here, so that, my friend, isn't true anymore. Right, this is basically just a big gun. Yeah, that's it. That's basically, it's just a big gun with the thruster. And it just got destroyed again. Oh, fuck me. Okay, first the cruisers and get me the cheap ships first, because I don't care if they get destroyed. Another Omni has been added to our license database. I have a few of them now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you get like one every mission and you start with 2. Now what I like to do, because these doppelganger ships, they follow the same rules as our own ships. So I like to just put Omnis in their path. Because the ships cannot fly through, their ships fly on predetermined paths and not through specific or for specific goals. I really like to just put Omnis in the path and the Omnis will shoot them. Lathe, come here, build an energy mine. Get the destroyer here, the destroyer, not destroyer, cruiser. Then build the Marauder and the Wolf. Tanker not yet really necessary. Get me a hammer. Get you, those 3 and those 2 over here. Or rather, keep one of you here. And one of you here. Right. Taking down enemy ships by flying into them. That's what I do. And it's destroyed. Now what I do is just sneak the Omnis back there. take over that land. Okay. I think I'm gonna need a few discharges. Like 1 or 2. And then I'm gonna build the big nose. Grabber's not yet necessary, but I'm gonna build one anyway. I want to make sure to take as much land from the beginning as possible, because otherwise they create more emergent. Marauder go here. Then build me a tanker there. And this one, because the ships spawn from here, this one can just shoot at it. The second it spawns. Move these along. And now the big nose, as you can see, it has the laser defense. This is the red point. The particle beams are the blue points. These two things, those two small things, are cannons. No, those are rocket launchers. And that's the big gun, which does exactly what it says on the tin. Lathe, you. It's just a gigantic gun that shoots at things. Or not gigantic, it's just bigger than the others. You don't really have a scale for these things because you don't know how those things here are scaled. But I like to imagine that it's like about the size of a warship. Like about the size of like a World War II dreadnought, just a gun alone. Okay, I need to keep one Omni over there because the particulate keeps hitting this. And I want to make sure that the particulate does not have a single point of land solely because of emergent. The more land they have, the more emergent they produce. However, are no longer needed there. And you can also leave. Now this thing in the middle is the particulate controller, the doppelganger itself. And to destroy it, you basically have to punch through the particulate on the outside. Which is why this gun is specifically very good in that, because it destroys multiple particulate at once and manages to get inside. Move this discharger forward. Build me a new Omni here. Micro tank. Then move you guys forward a bit. Get lathe in range. That's my second lathe. Oh, it's down. That's where it is. Lathe the energy mine. Move a grabber forward. Grabber here onto this emitter. Micro tank forward, you forward. All of you, with the exception of one, now move over here. Marauder here. I think that the Marauder is probably the strongest ship we have there. Show fields. None really all that visible. Okay, lathe. Move here, destroy that emitter. That emitter is outputting something fierce. Okay, that emitter is done. Get the lathe out the way. Then move you 4 up here. Okay, that emitter is down. You two come back down here. There is no more emitters outside. There is this one and then the ones inside. So now we build a hammer. You are now aiming here to start preparing this land for colonization. Everything now move over here. Second grabber. A destroyer was destroyed. Yeah. A destroyer doesn't really matter. This ship, by the way, from here always moves this patrol path. So I keep the big nose down here because it's basically just to destroy that ship. This lathe from here basically goes the opposite way down here. But I have enough ships up there that it doesn't really matter. Because the ships I have up here can take it out. They take longer, but they can do it. You now aim at this land. I think I can speed up. Right. Micro tanker, come here. Marauder forward. My tanker is still back here. You also come here. And last, I need the lathe. And now, hammer. Hammer. It didn't hammer very well. Okay, lathe got destroyed. Replace it. Get the other lathe in as well. Lathe is a weird word. Not even sure if it is a word outside of this game. Get the second destroyer also here in range. Rebuild my 2 lathes. Rebuild my hammer. You can join us up here. Get all the Omnis in position. Okay, Omnis managed to get a foothold. But yeah, as you can see, the hammer is just not good enough in in the role it is designed for. To be used in the role it is designed for. Dodge. Lathe, get back here. Else I'll run out of energy relatively soon. Okay, now, as you are done here, you move here. The rest of you move back. Maybe get hit by a rogue ship. You now all move just here. Okay. Get me all of my Omnis. And then all of my Omnis land. Then we move forward. Now we can take out the first ship. The doppelgangers, the problem with them is that they technically have an insane amount of health. Since they constantly repair themselves. And you need to take out the thing in the middle, so taking those doppelgangers out early, or relatively early, very good. Now you shoot here, and then we will place you around the area. Oh, they can fly over land. Huh. Didn't know that. However, now you can move down here to assist the two lathe ships. Micro tanker. And then the big nose can also move here. Get the two lathes there to take out this one. Okay. The two discharges aren't needed anymore. Oh, you can just remove that. Ah, nice to know. One of my cruisers was destroyed. Very unfortunate that. My other cruiser was destroyed. Also very unfortunate that. Oh right, I overlooked that there is an emitter immediately there. Right. Get all of my ships over there again. Including the big nose now. we redirect over here. Grab that. One emitter remaining. Take out first the doppelganger manufactorium there. Micro tanker here to support. Where's my Jovan? There's my Jovan. Yep, they immediately again went for them. Amazing work, crew! We managed to fight off the doppels on the system and recover the tech. Has there been any additional signs of the origin world? I've detected no isotopic signatures for several systems. Odd. Perhaps we were just very lucky, or perhaps any signatures have been removed over time. In any case, our journey continues. Ah, the doppels are my least favorite enemy. Intent. There's a lot of that here. We have entered another heavily structured system. Abraxian engineering is readily evident. Some of the particulate emitters in the system show an irregularity. Do you see this one on the scanner, Zana? Yes, very interesting. These emitters have been tampered with, or manipulated. I believe with a slight alteration or lace could activate a modification of the emitters. Do you agree, Hogan? Already on it. The question is what will happen when activated. Nothing mentioned. I concur. I'll need to know what ways are need for safety. Complete the modifications and move to engage those emitters. Right, first of all of this. Mine cannons, omni cannons, mine discharges, and the move speed. Or rather, yeah, the move speed. The emitter here is in a spot where I can use it with... where it's easily reachable with my grabbers. Which in the last mission wasn't possible, because it was inside of land, basically, so that my grabbers could not get there. Okay, immediate cruiser, immediate second cruiser. Now the emitters they mean are those. Those with the weird star in them. And if I recall correctly, those emitters, if hit with a lathe, aren't destroyed. Instead, they flip sides. I thought that might happen. Very unfortunate. Move you back a bit. It is now in range of the Omnis. So start with the cheap weaponry, with the cheap ships. The main ship has quite a lot of tank in it. Also, this happens. If the main ship is destroyed, it basically just goes to sleep for a while. Unfortunately, during that time, all of my energy mines do not produce energy. Which means that at this time, nothing can be built. However, everything else still works. Now, the destroyer and the Jovan are ready. And as you can see, the particle doppelgangers, they also shoot particulate. Okay. Get these 4 up here. You can stay there. Cruiser 1 is done. Get me the second cruiser out. You 2 can also come up here. And as you can see up here we have another tanker. And a cashier. And another Omni there. Okay. Need a discharger. Or both. I think I have the mine dischargers? Yeah. That won't destroy both of them, however. So we can now move out a bit. Have our second energy here. And then I want to build a lathe to take this amp crystal. Okay, discharges are done. Build me, you know what, build me for now the big nose to take out the doppelganger. Then build me the marauder and the wolf up here. You now grab this amp crystal. The wolf gets immediately destroyed again. How many struck is there? Not much. Big nose does not yet have its big nose. Now it does. And with that, we will start taking out the double. You are done. You move here. Get me the tanker. Amp jump for emitter control. Then you start emitting to up here. Then soon I'm gonna need a grabber. There are 3 more lands I need to take with my Omnis. So this is now lathed, and as you can see, it is now a friendly emitter. This game has actually rather active like custom game creators, and there are entire maps specifically around this system. There are some very complicated maps actually. Okay, you now to here, and then you to here. You now grab those 2, Marauder and Wolf come down. Big Nose move forward. Shocking news! We have recovered another Omni license and added it to our database. And a second tanker. You first at this emitter. Also, as you can see, the field control for the emitters works like a grabber. So if you shoot with other emitters to that emitter, it also takes that particular into account. We have recovered a ship schematic for another Garcorp tanker. Nothing new in the design, but it should come in handy for extended remote operations with our growing fleet. Okay, that emitter is down, then you will now charge this land. This land specifically because I want to land my Omnis over there. You can move forward and spread out a bit. Enemy doppel has been destroyed, wonderful. Right, the lathe was not enough. You for now shoot at this emitter. And then I'm gonna need one of my discharges up here, right. Both lathes done. Marauder come up here, as does the wolf. And the tanker. And then we do the same only with 2 lathes. And with particle support. The problem here is the big gun. But now the big gun does not have energy anymore, and as you can see, it needs to be supplied with energy also from the enemy energy mines. You can now shoot at this one. The 2 lathes move away. And the Marauder as well will come here to shoot at the ship. Tanker move in position. Then the cruiser and the destroyer can come up here to assist. Marauder as well. The wolf will stay here for now. And then the Omnis can move in. Take down this land miring thing. Perfect. Then take the gunner. You now start shooting at that as well. Enemy Maya spawner has been destroyed. The 2 lathes can go in. Build my second tanker down here. And my alarm building. Right. Another hour till New Year. They've been shooting fireworks all day already, so I don't think there will be all that much of a difference. But I'm happy to let them show me that I'm wrong. You shoot here, and this grabber will now shoot this way with a second grabber shooting this way. Then the big nose can move here, as well as the Jove. The two cruisers will stay here. The Omnis move on. Now, since I have this gun, I don't really need any Omnis to stay over there. Then start building Omnis over here. Move all of you also over here. Grab the technology. Move you closer to one of our disruptors. As well as you. Thank you, let's move here. Anna, take a look at the readings from the info cache we just collected. Oh, that is brilliant. Yes, this is a member of the parity volume we have been looking for. That's great, and isotopic analysis also indicates this info cache has a 99% likelihood of being manufactured on the origin world. What? An info cache containing data we are collecting is from the origin world? How is it possible? Origin world has been lost for millennia. It can't be anything that couldn't manufacture the info cache. And not every info cache that contains the data shows signs of being from the origin world. Only this one does so far. Team Go will have a hypothesis that will explain this and have it ready by the next system. Ignore that we are currently actively fighting for our life. You now shoot at the grabber. This grabber now shoot down here. Get me the two lathes over here, as well as the Joven. Big Nose stay here. Marauder move up. The technology thing to make the energy mines have a larger radius makes the tankers rarely useful, gonna be honest. But I still like having them around anyway. Because in the rare cases where I'm actually outside the energy radius, they are very, very nice to have. Okay. Omnis take over this. Then you two move forward together with you and the destroyer. Everything can move forward now. Lathes take down that constructor. You now shoot at that emitter. There are 3 emitters in here that I would like to take down one by one. But first, this doppelganger constructor. Then the emitter, get my 2 tankers up. Because there is in fact still area outside of my energy circle. Lathes moving in. Everything moving in. And then that should be it. I could also use the mothership to help lay things, but I don't like when it gets hit, because when it gets hit by the first particulate, regardless of size or number, it just immediately starts screaming. Our original goal of finding the origin world and uncovering its mysteries received a large boost in the system. We also have discovered a new mystery. Any ideas yet? Not yet, sir. Perhaps by the time we exit Rift Space and enter the next system, something will have come to me. Our original goal of finding the origin world and uncovering its mysteries received a large boost in the system. We also have discovered a new mystery. Any ideas yet? Not yet, sir. Right, I clicked on previous instead of next. Right. The 145th. I remember this mission. Director Kami, hold your thoughts for a moment. Danu, system analysis. Scans indicate we have jumped into the remains of an Abraxan fortress. One that was seemingly overrun. Yes, I'd say so. Looks like they were constructing a fortress to withstand a massive attack, but they were mid-construction. The survivors appear to have constructed makeshift defense for final stand. There are remnants, so they clearly didn't make it. The fortress appears to have been built to house an info cache, though incomplete. The construction pattern indicates the info cache would have been held behind many layers of defense. The terrain here is most unusual. It stands correct. Much of terrain is a modified form of matter. Its atomic structure is difficult to concern. It is impervious to Maya. Ingenious! Thought this might be possible, but had yet not determined the structure necessary. It's similar to basic metal, but must be engineered atom by atom. This metallic land was caused in particular to reflect away, leaving no Maya. This means the metallic land can't be used for energy production. Fortunately, there's some non-metallic land that we can use for the purpose. Now regarding info cache from the previous system, Director Kami, your thoughts on the info cache will have to wait. Crew, let's rapidly engage in quite an info cache. Right. Same as always, Omni Reactors, Omni Cannons, Mine Cannons, move build speed, and then the emitter control. We start over here. Now this is a mission I do not very much like. We get under the Omni here, and yeah, this is basically designed to look like the Starfleet ship, and it's also one of the better ships you can have. It's actually one of the most powerful, I believe. Now, as you can see, these are completely inside of their land, so they aren't that useful. You can make them useful by getting the rock burner technology, which frankly I don't think I will, because if you look at here, well, I need it for maybe the portal. So maybe I will, yeah, I think I'll grab it. The rock burner is basically just, it allows you to terraform. So you take the rock burner for removal, and then you just lathe it away. It also actually removes land, which means that it decreases the amount of energy you get from land. Which is why I in general do not like to do it. Rock burner over here. But if you look, all of the fields go outward. All of the fields go outward, so you have to use this. We have acquired a new ship, Hogan. Now I'm the one that is speechless with tears swelling in my eyes. He drops to a knee and looks up, down, and up. And if you will, crew, we have found the Unfindable. This is the legendary C-class exploration ship. The stuff of fairy tales has come to life. Not only was it thought that this was forever lost, many speculated it never even existed. Legend has it shortly after the precursor civilization was all but destroyed. The survivors banded together to create what would become the Galactic Corporation. They created an exploration ship to head out into the barren galactic abyss. The ship was equipped for survival, said to include a shield module and polarized hull. I've never seen any operational model of this type, and I'm not sure how it even works. It was said that at the founding, these ships could cover the sky of Gorka Prime, head out to every corner of the galaxy, and mapped out what we would come to call the redacted space. What was lost now is ours. With the mission chief. Permission granted, over. Right, this ship is expensive. Like, it costs 89 for the main module, and then 177 for the hull. It is insanely expensive, and I will not yet build it because of that. This down here I won't use the rock burner. Because it's so far away, I'd have to either do it through here or through here, and then use a grabber to combine it with the other one. It's just not worth it. Okay. Grabber is in building. Get me the wolf as well as the marauder. And then the big nose. And then finally C-Class, which is just even bigger. Okay. Now, first thing on the list. This combines here, so I'd have to put the grabber there. For that, I need a tanker. Then, put the big nose here. As you can see, there are a bunch of guns here that I have to lathe. Thankfully, I can easily use Omnis for that here. Also, get me all of the Omnis I don't actively need. The list here, I want to keep these around for defense. Well, I don't really need them. Then we assemble the cruisers and the marauder. If I find it. Here, the destroyer will stay here. The lathe will take down this energy mine. Joven will stay here. Lathe. The wolf will also be on defense. And the big nose to take down the doubles that come around. The lathe moves here. To take out this energy thing. Omni moving up here. You two can join. As well as you and you two. Gonna keep this one down here because it shoots at the double. Lathe here and here. Omnis, move out. Okay, tanker is ready. Tanker, move forward. Now the exploration ship, what does it all have? It has a shield module, it has its own energy storage, as well as 2 drones together. 2 cannons, 2 missile launchers, 2 particle beams, and 4 self-defense lasers. Proximity lasers. Basically the only thing it doesn't have is a lathe. For that, we have the lathe. Okay, rebuild my Omnis. Actually, can I just... well, too late. Right, now, build me a hammer. Okay. Tanker, move there. The grabber can now already shoot up here. Then we use the rock burner for this area. Build a second tanker. Now you come here. I'm pretty sure they will get attacked by big gun over there. Yep. Big gun cannot shoot at Omnis on land. Huh. I didn't even know that. This way the Omnis can shoot at the particulate in the at the particulate in those tunnels. They don't really do that. Yeah, you will get shot down. Not even any sense in trying, actually. And this yellow thing, by the way, is the shield generator I talked about. Okay, Omnis. Vote. And then we build a second grabber. Alright, I should probably get a lathe down there to gather that last Omni. We can maybe speed up a bit. Right, my lathe did not make it. Grab that Omni. And then move back up. Okay, you now add that portal. You add that grabber. Tanker, move up here. Lathe, move up here. Hammer is done. So now I can use the hammer to go there and then put the two lathes behind it so that they can lathe the gun. Right, it works. It didn't work as well as I'd hoped it would. But I should be able to take this gun down before it shoots again. Right. One discharger here, that's fine. You here, you here, you here. The destroyers are not worth as much as the... You go here. You here, where's my second discharger? There it is. As you can see, it basically just sends out drones. The drones come back, and you see this green thing is the energy show. Where's my new lathe? Ah, that's still being built. And yeah, the shield generator this thing has is the yellow aura around it whenever it gets hit. Really good ship. New tank. You move here. Because the energy shield also blocks the gun. Now lathing. That gun. 2 more guns I have there. Double destroyed. Perfect. Enemy defense cannon converted. Also very good. You move here. Lathe move here. To lathe the gun. You move forward, forward, forward. Also forward. Get me a new lathe. It's unfortunate, you have to retreat. Lathe here. Okay, my C-Class did not make it. Hammer's gonna go in and tank. Also I can remove the rock burner in favor of Benign Emergent. The doubles are basically, I believe, the only thing that actually get taken down by the Benign Emergent. Okay, now all of you come down here for the move on the left hand side. You here to support big ship. Big ship to tank. And lathe to lathe. Oh shit, I forgot there's still an emitter up there. And Omnis will deal with that. Right, instead of the Benign Emergent, actually, defensive struck. Right, now, tanker here, and move forward. Lathe here. Secondary tanker, about here. Then the lathes need to take out this energy mine and rebuild it for us. Big ship, tank, lathe. This yellow thing up here, by the way, is the shield generator. So if that gets taken out, and then the ship cannot defend itself anymore, which makes it a bit weird that the shield generator is right at the very front. At least seems a bit weird. Oh, you don't have energy anymore, okay. Why can't you... Okay, everything here is done. Now we move in. The game isn't really all that long. I should probably still take this one out. Is there any more? No, so I don't need you two anymore. You just, like, go to the corner. Okay, let's now take out those systematically. And now I want to... move you over here. Okay. For now, I can use this grabber on this pair and toss it over here. As soon as the other ships are moved out of the way. Let's grabber on the portal. The particulate will be caught by this field, so it doesn't really matter whether I shoot it at any specific point. Just that it gets there. Now I kind of have to think what I do tomorrow on New Year's. After I've worked, of course. Work comes first. Okay. I seem to have made a dent up here. Since this always goes in this rotation, these ships will keep the area clear, and that means I can move the lathes over it. Yeah, that was maybe not the best pathing you could have taken, but sure. Now my particulate is taking over. Okay, the biggest point of particulate is gone, or the biggest emitter, or at least the most dangerous one. And now we just wait. And for cash collected, and I was right. There's no other way to put it. My theory was right. The cash we just collected is a member of the parity volume we were trying to reconstruct, but I'll come back to that in a moment. My theory about these parity caches is that multiple copies of each cache were manufactured across a vast period of time. There are perhaps thousands of copies of each cache. Or, so you're saying the cache we found might predate the Galactic Operation have been manufactured during the time of the Precursors? Yes, during the time of Precursors, after the Precursors, and before the Precursors. Each has been manufactured over a wide range of time and rewritten with updated data periodically. Kami, there shouldn't be a before. The origin world is the birthplace of humanity. The Precursors originated from there and spread into the galaxy. We are all descended from the Precursors that survived the Great Disaster and founded the Galactic Corporation. So our civilization isn't the second, it's the 145th. Cash we just collected was enough to complete the parity volume and recover the data. The data contains an overview followed by a history of humanity, their many civilizations, and the rise and fall of each. I've only processed the summary, it's a massive amount of data, but the history of the ones we call the Precursors is conspicuously missing. All prior civilizations are accessible, but information on the Precursors appears to have been removed. Do you know why? No, but I don't know where we can find the missing data. The cache tells us where it is and how to get there. Of course, where else? The origin world. Crew Director Gambino will review this new history we have discovered. He has given us the location of the origin world, so at least our mission objective is in reach. Director Amicus, you have the call. I'll be in my quarters. Yes, sir. Crew, prepare to jump to the origin world. And now we come to the mission that I absolutely hate. This history is incredible. Every civilization destroyed by the same thing, over and over. Galaxy purged and then rebuilt. We need to inform Chief Tychon. I couldn't agree more. Wait, we're coming out of Rift Space. Chief Tychon to the bridge. We have arrived. Very good. Danu, status. Origin world detected. On screen now. Noted its name. Destroyed. Broken into countless fragments. This can't be. No, this wasn't supposed to happen. Your origin world can't be destroyed. Danu, scan the system for remains in particulate activity. The planet's moon have been shattered, they held together, or perhaps apart by plasma. Particulate struck in some odd spatial anomalies. I'm detecting some energy crystals, remnants, artifacts, enemy structures, including 4 near the planet with unknown purpose. There are also 2 large and unknown structures. One is on the moon and the other is on the large fragment of the planet. I'm adjusting scanners for a deeper scan. Yes, there is an info cache on one of the planetary fragments. Perhaps all is not lost. We are going to have to cross Hillheim to get to it. So there are also structures in what is left of the planet's outer crust that will replenish that massive band of structure around the planet. I don't know where they will get there, but that barrier could be nearly impenetrable. Crew, the origin world is lost. We came all this way to learn secrets. Our secrets are now lost. Our only hope is the info cache and that it contains the records of the Precursor civilization. If so, the rewards may be even greater than the secrets of the origin world. Get me that cache. Right, first my production, as always, and is there even an emitter here that I can control? Not really. Oh yeah, 1 here. Right, so not that relevant. Mine discharges, defensive struck, and first of all the rock burner. Then Corporate HQ down here. Get me an Omni there and there. You move on to this one. Since my energy mines now have lathes. Sir, Ogan, Anna, we have a problem. Unknown structures near the planet are constructing ships. There's also one near the moon. I don't know what is controlling them, but 4 ships near the planet are making what look like Class 1 ore transports. Refining the census. Danu, scan the moon. ore. How ore deposits the moon? They must have been exposed when it was shattered. It's good to bet those. It's a good bet those ships are going to collect and ferry it all back to the planet and power the structure generators. Your worst fears have come true. Alright, the moon it is, sir. We should focus on that moon and destroy those ore deposits. Taking out the ships would also work, but I have a feeling they'd just be rebuilt. In any case, we need to cut off the ore supply on the planet. What about the enemy that enemy ship near the moon? Is that unknown? It doesn't have engines, so the stationary is slow moving. It seems designed to stay near the moon. This one. Particular anomaly detected. Analyzing. Came from the base on the moon. This is brilliant. Perfect marriage of technology. Thoth, the full analysis. Thoth will confirm, but it seems the base is emerging of a particular emitter, a jump engine, and some scanning technology. It creates paths of particles, pushes them into drift space, and then causes them to exit at a specific location in space. In this case, it creates a particular around the remains of the planet. Put another way, the rest of the planet. One more reason to pay a visit to this moon. One positive note, Ogun. Tech doesn't seem to be perfected. If the scans are correct, in particular, this grade will be short-lived, much like the Balam particle we encounter. It will be short-lived one way or another, I can promise you. So, this one makes a shield. This one looks like a gun, because it is a gun. And it is a very annoying gun. Right, now, Destroyer, Joven, both cruisers. You move here. Even in the system we found an Omni license. I won't complain, we definitely need it. There are Omni licenses everywhere. Okay, then rock burner this stuff out. This is also the only emitter I believe that can be changed. Yeah. Okay. Build me my last Omnis over there. Get ships in position. Build me the discharges. Then the Wolf and the Marauder. And both lathes. Omni destroyed. Very unfortunate. Build me a new Omni here. These Omnis now all move over here. Then the Wolf and the Marauder are still in building. Get me that energy mine. And then this basically can only be taken by the Omnis. You now return down here. You will stay there. As you can see, this thing basically is a giant shuriken with missile launchers and cannons on it. The massive cannon on the planet is nearly charged. Based on the energy reading, I have a theory on its operation. We best prepare for this. A cannon will create a ray of particulate instantly, similar to a shield base on the moon. Excellent insight, Thoth. As the cannon charges, its scans match those of the sheet generator moon. But the cannon has a scanner I don't recognize. I recognize it. It's a ship targeting scanner. It is basically currently antiquated targeting scanner. As old as design is, it is unfortunately still accurate. The planetary cannon is about to cause us some grief. So, I will target our ships. Evasive deployment may be necessary. Attempt to spread the fleet so ships aren't in line with the cannon. Otherwise, we could take massive damage. Steady crew. Objective is the info in that cache. Planetary cannons or not, we are retrieving it. So now, I need to basically spread out the ships so that the cannon can only ever shoot once. And it always shoots from here in a straight line. It shot through here. Damaged that one, but didn't take anything out. Now I had very bad shots by this thing, where it basically immediately destroyed half of my fleet. Okay. You can move down here to the others. Exactly like that. It just immediately takes out the mothership, the HQ. Which of course completely removes the ability to do anything for 16 seconds, and I'm pretty sure that the duration that the ship needs to respawn increases. Also, get me a hammer. This shit is so annoying. Thankfully, it only took down the destroyer. You two now move here. And grab me that ship. Now I already know what is in that ship. Tech, get the rock burner out and give me the emitter control. Ship license retrieved. I don't know what to make of this. It's massive. Hogan? Ridiculous. Ship is a carrier. It's haven't been in service for thousands of cycles. Modern armaments and ships made them obsolete, and I've only seen old footage of them in action. But, you know, come take a look at the schematics of the fighters. Stealth? Is that some sort of stealth tech? Just like in our groupies. But stealth tech isn't available when these carriers were in service. Someone either altered or created new carriers under its fighters with stealth tech. I bet I know why. Chief Tycoon, this old carrier is about to have a new life. A life-destroying particular. This is the carrier. It's big and it's mostly useless, really. But it has one specific reason to exist. A lathe was destroyed. And that reason is this thing. I hate that stupid gun. Is my hammer done? Yes. See if any of the Omnis make it. No, they don't. And this one immediately reconstructs. Okay. Big Nose, rebuild again. Get you there. Discharger here, discharger here. It's fine. Okay, carrier is done. Now the carrier has insane range with his fighters as soon as they are built. And it's basically exactly here to destroy this thing. Nothing else. Bring the Marauder up here as well. Build me Omnis, basically just as cannons around here. For now. They will be used later again. As mentioned, this is basically just Omni the mission. Fucking hell, I hate this. This is why I don't like this gun. Because it can just immediately destroy your main ship and then you're basically sitting there hoping you have enough energy for the next 20 seconds. Okay, your fighters are ready. Your fighters will now take because the fighters take out this thing very easily. Again. This I feel is the only mission that does anything that is this annoying. Thankfully most of my ships, as well as my tankers, and I'm gonna build a tanker here, to assist in that. Okay, the ship has been destroyed. That means we now move forward. Big Nose, you help up here. Otherwise, this ship exactly has like the fighters, I believe 2 of them or 3, and 6 of the proximity laser defenses. This thing, by the way, rebuilds the ship permanently, so I have to take it out fast. And then grab all of those Omnis and put them on the moon. Or at least try to. Okay, did not work out yet. One of my cruisers was destroyed while I wasn't looking. Marauder forward. You need to stay here close. C-class was destroyed again. Now you come up here. Omnis again. Took down that emitter. What else do we have as a field? Right. Okay. 4 Omnis, apparently finally enough to keep this small island. I need to take out this emitter. So now I just wait until all of that particulate has removed itself. For now I can also take down here. One of you take back this land. Alright, I took out my lathes. And if the lathe is close enough, it will. If the ore is close enough to a lathe, the lathe will start destroying it and set basically free an energy mine. And then these cannot do anything anymore. The big problem of the big gun is of course still present and annoying. But at least some of the problems are alleviated. A big shield generator is now also gone. A cruiser can move forward as well as the tanker. And Mr. Big Ship. Rebuild my hammer. Get a lathe down there. This is basically just redundancy. The tanker makes sure that... The tanker still makes sure that everything down here is energy, but I'd like the energy man up anyway. Cruiser and Wolf. That gun is so incredibly annoying. Okay, all of the ore has been taken out. So now I want... After this has now been done, take this still. You move here so we can make the energy mine. And then all of you move down here. Because now we basically do the same thing I tried earlier. Just in earnest. Big Nose moving here. Carrier will help here. Marauder here. Tanker there. Cruiser, Lathe. Joven can move forward a bit. Omnis. You as well. Just all of the Omnis. All like 13 of them. Tanker moving here. Then I want a discharger close. Lathe can now move towards this. Big Nose also moving in. And now the hammer can go through once. This is 14 of them. 14 Omnis. And now we basically smash our Omnis against the planet until they stick. And we take out everything on that planet from down here, with Omnis alone. My lathe has been destroyed, so repair that or replace that. And this is easier than the moon because everything down here is basically connected mostly. Like these 4 islands are connected and then these here are connected. This one is solo, but these are connected. Even though it's only a small land bridge, it's enough. Oh, well then, Happy New Year, I guess. As it is now technically the new year. Oh, I see the fireworks through the window. You can safely go here, you can safely go here. You can safely go here and start lathing. Oh, it's already being lathed. You can safely go there. And we can move the other stuff in. Well, 2023. What a time to be alive, I guess. Not the best time to be alive. Better than most times. Definitely better than most times. But I could imagine like a time or two that were generally considered better times to be alive. Now, to make a resolutions that I'll probably break in the next 3 days. Maybe put them on Twitter or something so that I can be held accountable for what I said. Mainly by myself. Also, I basically got the timing for doing this in a year basically down pat. Okay, gun is down. Perfect. That means the biggest difficulty of this mission is gone. And now some of my omnis are also gone. Info cache retrieved. Analyzing. It contains missing records of the precursors. It will take time to process and to generate an overview. It, along with the other records, are many yottabytes large. I've had to employ AI algorithms to even begin to create a summary. It will take some time to process. Thoth and I are on our way to assist. Process the data as quickly as all systems allow. Crew will jump to rift space and determine our next destination while there. Expect the longer we remain here, the more at risk we are. Jump! Now, there is one more mission, the epilogue basically, duty, and the codex, which is basically just, and I'm not gonna read this because it's basically just, like, look at this. This is the summary, and it's basically just, the creeper exists. That is the summary. This cache is basically, yeah, the creeper exists and it keeps killing us. Jump complete. We are spot on. There's an info cache on the system. From the looks of it, there are numerous Abraxian ruins here. Too bad we didn't get to explore more of the operations. Clearly knew most of all of what we know now. They were preparing for something. The info cache is surrounded by some very complex structures. The purpose of these structures is not clear, and they appear to be currently offline. That's odd. Oh no, we need to get out of here now. I'm detecting fluctuations in rift state. There's inbound activity. Don't So it happened faster than I realized. Rift space was decoherent. We can't jump, at least not until it clears. You can't even initiate an emergency jump to avoid destruction. Sending a message will also be difficult. It's okay, Dano. Crew, we are committed. No second chances. We'll get this right now. Anna, where do we need to be to write that cache? We have to get our HQ very close. It will only take seconds to write data, but proximity is key. On the command console, I have marked the location we need to be. Everyone should see it on the screens. Get us there and I can write the data. Then in another 10 seconds I can charge rift engines and use them to send a short message. Don't worry, it was a fight I was born for. Get us in and get you those 10 seconds. Chief Tycoon, all that remains is where to send the message. There's only one person outside this crew I would trust with the data that would venture out on a suicide mission to get it. Send it to Varohay or CEO of Hale Corporation. 5 more amp gems. We do as usual. And then the corporate HQ starts here. Destroy those and build them over here. They are basically cannons for you, for these purposes. Then get cruisers, the destroyer, and the Jovan. Now, as you can see, they also have a big gun, which is very annoying. They also have 2 of those shuriken ships. And these are, these basically produce these blocks of particulate that move forward. Right, those are done. Then I need discharges. Wolf and Marauder next. As well as a Big Nose and C-Class. And the Carrier. I just wait until this loses energy. And then I send the Omnis in. This, by the way, is basically just energy. They are the model of the reactor from Creeper World 3, and that's exactly what they do. They create energy. You can also join down here. I just need to lay this down. You can now come down here and grab those crystals. So that's the Maya gun. Or the Maya creator, more accurately. Amp jumps, emitter control, and then the benign emergent. And then, as you can see, we still have 3 remaining amp jumps we can use. Tanker and tanker. Okay, you stay here to Maya more. You and the others will leave. For up here. Oh, and there's the next big ship. I forgot that that's in here. This one is easier to mire because that one down there has an emitter aiming straight for it. Wolf can come up here to help, as well as the Jovan. The Jovan will use his particle beam, by the way, to restore this plasma, if nothing else is in range, and the plasma then will slow down the enemy particulate. So you are no longer needed up here. Have you? No, you have been destroyed. Well, I did not expect today to come to that a new bot comes in today. Well, I thought I've already thought I've taken them all out, or as well as I can with the opportunity, with the options I've been given by YouTube, which is basically just hiding all the messages. Which I guess is close enough to a ban that it matters. That doesn't matter that it technically isn't. We have collected ship license. It is unknown, massive, and is very odd. A ship was classified as Varro class, and I think I know why. Varro's grandfather was the lead weapons ship designer for Chief Skarsgård Abraxas. The design date on the ship is shortly after the birth of Varro Hale. So he named it after his grandson, and the grandson just happens to be who we are sending the message to. This has all been orchestrated. If it isn't clear by now, we understood. Yes, clearly events have been manipulated to bring us here. Clearly Varro plays a role in the events to come. Whatever those events, they are no longer our concern. Our final mission is to pass along the baton. I have great confidence Varro will see through whatever must happen next, but for now, we must focus on our duty. And it is indeed massive. Now, Omnis, take that. There is, funnily enough, only 2 emitters out here. This one and this one. Right, I need a grabber. And then we built the Varro. The Varro is basically the big nose, only in bigger. It has 3 of those fuck-off guns on it. But I took out the blaster, so now I can get in again. And we are back to basically smashing all of the Omnis against the wall until it sticks. Haven't been visited by one of those chatbots in a while, actually. Kind of strange. Right, now you mount amp jump. I can make the benign emergent, but honestly, mounting the amp gen on something is probably a smarter idea. Mount here, you get one, and you get one. As you can see, this also has a shield generator. It has 3 of those big guns, 2 smaller guns, 4 self-defense lasers. And then there is a bunch of struck. If I show the fields, you see the particulate from here is just moved away. Now I want the second grabber ready. And then, as you can also see, there is absolutely no energy down here. Nowhere, so I need all of the tankers. There's also no more land down there for my Omnis. Hammer destroyed. Wonderful. This is the last energy I get. Oh, there's a third emitter, huh? I didn't notice that one. Okay, big gun is ready. It's basically what the ship is. It's just a big gun with a thruster. It's actually 3 big guns with a thruster and 2 rocket launchers. And several self-defense lasers. Okay, this is done. So we move down here. Now you move here and transfer this way. Then you to here. My C-class was taken out. Micro-tanker can also come forward. Right, lathe number 1. Here, Marauder come down. Because of this, I run basically no risk of ever being hit by this particular. And the emergence should stop now because I control all of the land. Or most of the land? Where's the land? Oh, here. But this is metallic land, so it can't be mired. And then we start... And we start here. Oh no, because I forget hammer is not the greatest. Build the hammer up here, there is no particular to stop it. Right, you release your jump. You... well, actually you release your jump. Okay, lathe will lathe. Is my hammer done? No, my hammer has been destroyed again. Just bouncing off. Okay, then last thing to do, take down the one down there. Then this is basically the staging point for over here. Okay, lathe. Get closer. You will start moving up here, you take down the struck. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, now everything move up here. The lathe a bit further so that it can lathe. Then the tanker so it can tank. Not really. Like, this ship is the better hammer. There's a ship that is specifically designed to smash through things, and this one is just better at it. At this point, we just use overwhelming firepower instead of a specialized carrier. And then actually, you can take out all of the enemy structures, but you don't need to. You only need to get your ship in here. Oh, something hurt me. You mount the amp gem again. My tanker also died. I just realized. Take down that. Take down that stunner, then take down this weird constructor bot. My lathe has been destroyed. Very unfortunate. Okay, tanker is back up, so the micro tanker can now move forward to spot the very front. Now all of you down here, the lathe specifically there and there, the tanker here, and now here's the issue, because this is my only energy spot and I don't have an equivalent over here. This is too far away, even with a tanker chain. There's my micro tank. Well, my carrier died. I don't think it's necessary to have that anymore. You just fly in there now. Ah, there's my micro tanker. No, that's my normal tanker. Where's my micro tank? It's still over there? I thought I sent it forward. So this is done. You two now destroy that thing. And then we can move in. Oh wait, no, I still need to build a hammer. Oh, you know what? Just send this cruiser in. In range, initiating right sequence. Right complete. Hold. Wait, Cam, do you see that? The nearby structure is powered up. Hold position. What just happened? A structure appears to have passed some sort of beam through a ship, and then it blew its reactor and pushed info cache into rift space. Scanning. Rift space is still too decoherent, so it couldn't have gone far. It has to be within just a few systems from here. The jump has ruptured rift space, particulate streaming in through ruptures from numerous neighboring systems. The influx is massive. Be able to withstand it. Take the message to indicate that the cache is near these coordinates, but no longer in the system and transmit. Again, give me those 10 seconds. Never failed before, it won't fail now. And now we basically just have these, yeah, open gates everywhere. Message sent. Crew, thank you. It has been my distinct honor to serve with you all. I wish I had more time. There is much inbound particulate. Tour! And that is the end. I still like this game. It has some parts that I prefer, that I would like to have in Creeper World, like the modular structure of weaponry on ships. Like all others who came before, Daikon Corporation was lost. And I kind of wish they did it with Epilogue still. This is basically just saying, yeah, we went in. I kind of wish for a Particle Fleet 2, because Particle Fleet 2 with 3D elements would be awesome. Creeper World is basically limited, it's all on land. So it always goes from down to up. But Particle Fleet could have actual 3D... could actually explore the full 3D thing. Which I would love. Otherwise, Knucklecracker basically announced, well, he said, don't want to say announced, that he has a new game in the works. Looking similar to Creeper World 2, I think I've said that. And it appeared, at least it looked to me that way, that it has ships with modular weaponry. It looked to me that way. Won't say anything specifically about that, since I only have seen one video. But I really hope it does have modular weaponry. So you can have, as in this case, basically blocks as armor and weaponry behind it. That would be awesome. I hope it comes out soon. And otherwise, I hope you have a nice year and I bid you a good night, because I need to work in 8 hours. So I'm gonna leave now.